is cold, hoping to be at home by now. My flight got delayed, I'm actually stuck in Alden Town. Debate was a wash, maybe there'll be some spicy clips. I should have stayed at home with my babies that bite and kiss. Wishing to pet that raw dumb chicken while eating my chunky fluffy kitten. Babies, I'll be home by 10. I'm gonna give both of you head pats, then I'll grab those little beans while you're sitting on my screen. Honor me under the Christmas tree and pigeon comfy in my stocking. I'll probably postpone the stream 'cause it's Christmas Eve and I actually miss my baby. Snow, it sent shivers down my spine, and all I can think is getting home before Christmas time. Hoping to eat some chicken tendies and curling up with both of my babies. Kitties, I'll be home by 10. I'm gonna give both of you head pats, then I'll grab those little beans while you're sitting on my screen. Pigeons climbing the mistletoe and autumn's purring soft and slow. I'll probably postpone the stream 'cause it's Christmas Eve and I actually miss my baby.
Holy shit, the cats! Stop!
Total banger. Total banger. Thank you, Alec Master and Sweet Miss. Didn't last long enough for me to finish my breakfast, but you know what? That's okay. We'll start anyway. That's alright. Okay, there we go. I had to smooth out my mustache. What's up? Ooh. What's up, everyone? Was this Sweet Miss Fosh? Yes, it was. Hello, hello. Merry Christmas. Christmas is on my time. Okay, Jesus Christ was a forgiving man. You know, if he could see the situation I was in right now, he would say, "Yeah, sure, I was born on the 27th." You know, I was gonna pick up Bartman. You know, segue into the actual stream. He was right here, but then he rubbed against my leg and left. So, um, oh my God, Merry Christmas. He wasn't even born the 25th. Yeah, whatever. Oh, nice, Jack Hayworth. We got a lot to go through, though. I don't want to click on links just yet. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. Kind of, you know. In God's time zone, it's 1406. No, it's not. You think God's time zone includes New York City? What is this, a fucking joke? Are you fucking goofball? Come on. Now, I'll say, you know, I really wanted to stream on Christmas. I know I'm a lazy boy, and I am a lazy boy, but I actually have a good excuse this time. I'll tell you the whole sordid affair in grotesque detail. Okay, so there I was. It was Christmas Eve. And, you know, Christmas even in a most Christmas fashion. When Pigeon, little raw chicken nugget, threw up a little bit in the morning. Not unusual. Cats throw up sometimes. You know, they're always licking themselves. They're gross. And then she kept doing it. Every time she ate. Makes a big mess in the carpets, you know. Yeah, I figured it was a little bug. You know, just like a little Christmas sickness. Figured, okay, it's Christmas Eve, you know. If she's still sick tomorrow on Christmas, you know, then I'll somehow, you know, I'll take her to a vet. She was still sick the next morning. Now, obviously, on Christmas Day, the only vet places that are open are emergency clinics. And even then, they're overfilled because that's the only place people can go to. So, you know, they're overfilled. So I had to drive out of the city. I was waiting for like 6 hours. This was my whole Christmas. My entire Christmas was spent in the vet ER, which is, you know, I'll admit, you know, I'm a cheery guy. Not my preferred way to spend Christmas Day. With Pigeon in a little crate, you know, by my feet. And I should note, by the way, this entire time that she's sick, acting completely normal. Like, you know, normally when cats or any animal really is sick, they're reclusive, they want to hide in a corner, you know, they're in a bad mood. She was acting totally normal. She was just throwing up when she ate, you know, so I didn't know she wanted food, and she'd throw it up. She used the bathroom normal, didn't know what was up. Was she screaming and crying in the crate? No, she was a good baby. Normal, happy. We finally, like, I get into a vet's office after the vet ER closes, as in the security guard locks the doors in front while I'm still in the waiting room. I'm still waiting. And only after that do I finally, do they have a room for me. We go in there, I let Pigeon out, and she's, you know, she's running around, she's sniffing, you know, she's being a good baby. Doc comes in, takes a look, all her vitals totally normal. Give her a little anti-nausea injection. We take her home, she's fine. Dumb bitch is totally fine. Just a little anti-nausea. She must have had like a little cat cold or something. I don't know. Just that's it. Totally fine. She's fine. Got right back home, ate normal, been fine since. Happy, purring, yada yada. Totally fine. Had a tummy ache. Bitch had a tummy ache on Christmas. Christmas fucking Day. So she had a little tummy ache, but was she brave about it? I can't blame her. She was brave about it. She was a well-tempered baby, you know? Anyway, that's how I spent my Christmas. Now, after all of that, I only got home at like 8, and then I had to monitor her after she ate. So there was no streaming on Christmas Day. And honestly, the next day, yesterday, the day after Christmas, the 26th, I woke up, I was, because I wasn't happy, you know, because it's my Christmas Day. I woke up at 2 p.m., not streaming that shit. Fuck that. That's a mental health day right there. You know, Christmas I spend in the ER. Next day I wake up at 2 p.m. No, no. We're not streaming. No. But I feel fine today, so here I am. So that's the story. Is she fine? She's totally fine. Happy baby. You know, last night at like 1 a.m. or whatever. You know, I'm not streaming. I'm up at 1 a.m. I'm playing Baldur's Gate. Great game. And she's so happy. She's on my desk being annoying. She's on my lap being annoying. Perfect pigeon behavior. Optimal. Ideal even. I have no complaints about her now. Except for the fact that she ruined my Christmas. Yeah, that's how cats are sometimes. Oh, and I had to spend a long time yesterday, by the way, cleaning the cat vomit out of the carpet. Do you have any idea how fucking caustic vomit is? There's acid in there, you know? So I had to get my shop vac, you know, and I had the chemicals, da-dee-da. So it took a whole goddamn thing. And then I figured if I'm doing this, I might as well vacuum the entire house. So, look, the time that I spent away from stream, not wasted, didn't go into a void, wasn't all spent playing video games. A lot of it was spent sitting in the ER uncomfortably, you know, watching Vsauce videos for the 50th time. What do you use to clean that up? You can just get spray, like animal stain spray is fine. There's a lot of stuff that works, you know. The science of cleaning, actually pretty uncomplicated. Want to know a secret? This is the secret the deep state doesn't want you to know. Washing dishes, that's 90% the water, 10% the soap. What does soap do? Soap is only really good for cleaning oils. That's why we use it when we clean our hands, because our bodies naturally exude oils, you know? The chemical bonds that soap has have a kind of like inward pull structure that attracts lipids and pulls them into the center, and it can be washed away easily because they have a nice slippery exterior surface. As for most everything else, you know, water is the cleaner, you know? Depends on what you eat. Well, yeah, a lot of food has oil in it. I'm just saying water is the great solvent. That's why it's in all living things. Vosh, I find it super soy that you'd ban 2 chatters for being pro-AI, even though you said you'd leave the server to the mods. Ah, you're right. It should have been 3 chatters. There we go. Anyway, yeah, out of nowhere, these AI people, not even humans, I swear to God. It's Christmas Day, for Christ's sakes. Yeah, go talk to a robot about it. I curse you to an eternity of arguing with automatic teller help on a phone, you know? On this most blessed, on the day Jesus Christ died or was born or came back or existed or something, honestly. But yeah, Pigeon is totally fine now. Totally fine now. I thought I saw a cat moving. Wasn't Jesus born July? I don't know. I don't know. You know, they probably didn't even have the month of July back then. You think about that? You know? It was 2,000 years ago. They probably had some fucked up months. Oh, wait, never mind. Wouldn't they have used the Roman calendar? No, never mind. No, yeah. Never mind. Yeah. Roman Judea, yeah. Look, go back far in a fucking Sumerian calendar, yeah. July was named after Julius Caesar. That's so cool. Wait. When was Julius Caesar born? It was like before, it was in BD, right? Yeah, BC, yeah. 100 BC to 44 BC. Damn, just like right there. So, man, when Jesus Christ was born, July had only just happened. That was like new shit back then. Like, that was like right then. Like, Jesus's grandpa would have been around for July being invented or something. New month just dropped. Jesus. Emperor Augustus had August. Man, how the chains of the past still bind us today, huh? Yeah, anyway, pretty neat. You're trying to link politics. Give it a sec. It's Christmas. Jesus didn't have a grandpa. He was God's child. Okay, fine. Spiritual grandpa. You know what I mean. Step grandpa. Listen, okay? What's his face? He's not the stepdad. He's the dad who stepped up. What's his name? Mary Joseph? Joseph, that's it. Yeah. Actually, he did have a grandpa through his mom, I guess. No, your grandpa's only through your dad's side. That's how it works. It has to be a direct, same-gender lineage all the way back to the beginning of time. New One Piece chapter? Yeah, that happens every week. That's happened every week for like 50 years. It's like saying, guys, new Friday just dropped. Like, yeah. I've had a few of them. It's not like it's Hunter x Hunter or Berserk or something. Wouldn't Jesus have needed to be a genetic clone of Mary? I'm fairly certain God did some voodoo magic there, okay? New Friday movie? Yeah, like Freaky Friday. This one's called Normal Friday. Freaky Friday. Well, I remember this being a good movie, but it probably wasn't. I just watched it when I was like 10 or something. I don't know. It's a classic for sure, though. Yeah. I mean, you don't have to be good to be a classic. You know what I need to watch? Blade. I need to watch Blade. Vosh, you get drunk today? It is 11 a.m. Absolutely not. If I get drunk, I'm tired for the rest of the day. What is Blade? The good Marvel movie. They're making a game about it. It's going to come out in like 50 years. Don't worry. What was it? 2027. They said the release date for that was. 2027. Unbelievable. Why even announce it? Blade is literally the reason why the superhero films took off, starting with Spider-Man. Yeah. Man, dude, I'm so fucking tired of cape shit. Holy shit. Everything. The main problem of cape shit is not the Marvel writing. It's the fact that all comic book stories begin and end the exact same way. Every comic book movie is the same movie. Even if you do like R-rated stuff, like Deadpool or whatever, you know, they're the same movies. It's just you're just choosing how many swears you can say. You know, it's the same shit, right? The only real deviation that's a superhero movie that's not cape shit that's been released recently, Joker and the Batman. And I'm not saying they're perfect movies either. I'm just saying that those were sufficiently tonally different. They didn't just feel like I'm watching other cape shit movies. Obviously, with the Joker, I think the Batman was pretty good. I haven't seen Logan, so I can't say. People have said it's good. I can't say. Spider-Verse? Yeah, I wasn't even thinking of that. I guess I was thinking of like live action stuff. Yeah, the Spider-Verse movies are excellent, of course. You know, TJ and Paul of Deep Fat Fried are still talking mad shit about you. Yeah, I know. It's pretty disappointing. I thought better of TJ because I thought that he and I were on good terms. It genuinely feels like Paul's ego is like a fucking ego whirlpool for their show, where he's been so persistently negative for so long that he's kind of like dragged the tone and the arguments and everything like down an IQ whirlpool, you know? It's really dumb. TJ is heavily influenced by... I just don't understand how you could be influenced like by a half-wit like that. I don't know. I don't think TJ is stupid. Like, Paul's ego has disappointed me on basically every level. I guess I don't know how you could be that impressionable. You have to have, like, standards. It's pretty grim. Vosh, I don't know if I mentioned this last stream, but I've been following your advice on talking to people / being more social. Anyways, I got a cute guy's number, cute guy, at a friend's Xmas party this past weekend. We've been texting, super autistic, and I never leave the house, so this is proof anyone can do this. Big thanks. Hell yes! Hell yeah! That's awesome. Well done. Cute guy. Vosh, you have ego as well, though. We all do. Yeah, my argument wasn't anyone who has an ego is a bad person. I don't know what you read from that. If you had a debate with Putin, who do you think would win? Okay, hold on. If I had a judo fight with Putin, I still think I'd win. Because you know what? that motherfucker's old. I know he's got like a black belt or whatever, but he's also really old. I feel like at this point, age might actually be the determining factor. You know, he's got all that skill or whatever. I'm healthy and 220 pounds. I feel like I could just run into him. You know, what is he like 65? How old is he? 71? Oh, I could 100%. This isn't a fucking anime, dude. There's no fucking way a 71-year-old is winning in a fight against a 29-year-old. There's no way. There's no way. Do you think he really earned that black belt? My understanding is that he actually does care about martial arts, or at least did. My understanding is that he has lied about many things, but that is he was in the KGB, right? Like there's a good reason to believe that he has authentically done the, like, you know, macho man, you know, like that kind of shit. Couldn't he just strike your chest? Depends. How tall is he? He was a bureaucrat, not a spy or anything. Yeah, but they probably put you through basic training no matter what, right? For the KGB? I'm not even going to look it up. I just assume that's true, and I'm going to stick with it. Hold on. Ukraine does a funny? God damn.
Вот это, блядь, кто-то взрыв, блядь. Охуеть, блядь.
Only one person killed and 2 injured off an explosion like that? How many people were on the ship? Did they just, was it just abandoned? Oh, sorry, I had my camera gone for the Christmas baby bit. Whoop. God damn.
New this morning, Ukraine claims it struck and destroyed a Russian warship.
So quiet.
Evening, a Ukrainian missile strike has damaged a Russian warship in the Black Sea. President Zelensky has said he's grateful to the country's air force for the attack and that Russian forces, in his words, won't have a single peaceful place in the country.
Neat.
Ukraine claims to have destroyed the Novocherkassk landing vessel in an airstrike on the port of Feodosia, which is 250 kilometers from the front line in Russian-occupied Crimea. Local officials say at least one person was killed. Our Ukraine correspondent James Waterhouse has sent this report.
For Ukraine, this was a high-value target.
Ropucha class of landing ship built in Poland for the Soviet Navy. These ships were built in the Stocznia Polnotnia shipyards in Gdańsk. Man, these fucking names. Poland, designed for beach landing, can carry 450 tons of cargo. Up to 25 armored personnel carriers can be, yeah, they're pretty big. Pretty big boats. Pretty big.
The Novocherkassk landing ship struck by a guided missile. The blast was colossal. Moscow claimed
It was loaded full of Iranian Shahed drones. Wait, was it really? Wait, is that, are you just making that up? Because if so, that's actually a huge deal. Woo! I've heard that as well, but no source. God damn, if that's true, that's pretty big. Oh, they were carrying something.
it was only damaged. Kyiv says destroyed. It's going to need more than a lick of paint regardless.
I don't think the Russians are capable of fixing this. I don't even know if the Americans would. Like, there's a reason why the Soviets are, like, 99% of their shit. Oh, sorry, the Russians, the reason's 99% of their shit's from the Soviets, you know? Like, I really don't think they have the you know, industrial capabilities necessary to fully, you know, outfit and develop and build a, you know, repair to that extent a new fleet. Does anyone have that photo of the, like, what was it? It was like a comparison between the undership portion of the same type of ship, but it was a comparison between one controlled by Russia and one controlled by China. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? M68 Ken, thank you so much for the dono. I'll go over dono soon. Gotta keep on track. Ukraine destroyed Russia's ship repair yard last year. The one?
Says destroyed. It's going to need more than a lick of paint regardless.
That's fair, Archrev, yeah.
Crimea has been in Russia's grasp since 2014. But sites like this have become more common with Ukraine striking deeper into the peninsula. The Novocherkassk would have almost certainly been loaded with either soldiers, hardware, or both. Its loss will hamper Russia's ability to supply troops further north, as well as further weaken its naval dominance in the Black Sea. What attacks like these have yet to do is apply enough pressure on Moscow for it to surrender Ukrainian territory it has taken. But for Ukraine, for President Zelensky, it is a welcome announcement.
Trying to find that
against
image.
the backdrop of waning Western support. It's already affecting Ukraine's frontline operations, and that's helping Russia with the capture of Mardin.
I can't find it. Shame. It was the Russian and Chinese aircraft carrier engine rooms. Oh, yeah, here we go. Absolutely insane, dude. This is the same... This is the same engine room. Like, it's the same type of ship. Look, this guy's even wearing, like, the Russian uniform, you know? With the stripes, the blue and white. Yeah. Both built in the Soviet Union. Yeah, it's so sad. Russia doesn't have the money to do anything, you know? Every piece of Russian equipment that you destroy is never coming back. Like, it's honestly kind of sad because it's one of, like, the last remaining sort of industrial legacies of the Soviet Union, because that stuff is so old. A lot of other stuff in Russia has been sort of replaced or overtaken. You have all these, like, Soviet, like, ancient, essentially, Soviet weapons that are being destroyed. And a lot of it is just because the Russians are that incapable of maintaining their fleet, you know? Russia still has Soviet tanks in use? Yeah, that would be, like, most of them. Like, most of their tanks were built in, like, the 70s and 80s, right? Or built in Ukraine, yeah. Go further back, like 50s and 60s. No, I think most of their remaining tanks aren't quite that old, though they are deploying tanks of that age. Vosh, you've been saying nonsensical and reactionary shit regarding AI. At this point, you will never stop, which is why I tell you debate me or anyone else, then let's kill the topic forever. Stop being a coward. Did you create a new account just for that? Wait, you have 2 previous messages in my chat, and the last one is from December 2022. You haven't said anything in here in a year. Are you just like a habitual Discord user who's ass mad over the people being timed out for like 1 week or 1 month or however long it was, so you've come in here now at long last? Fruitlessly. It was all for naught. I need to how do I ban for 1 year? Hold on. We have to... That's not on the preset list. I did it. I'm smart. Debate them, Vosh, it'll be funny. I would rather debate a dog than a person who defends AI. These people are barely fucking sapient. The arguments have been made. There's no refuting them. I'm right. It's over. There's no point. Anyone who would argue with me after all of that is just looking for attention or is too stupid to understand the point. Russia is legit living in the Warhammer 40k universe, relying on ancient tech for the war machines that can neither replicate nor replace anymore. Actual dystopia. Soy comparison, but true, yes. It is incredibly funny. The idea of like their entire fucking war machine. It's like, you know how much money the United States military spends every year purely on maintenance of our war machines? Imagine that, except they don't have the money for the maintenance. That's wrong. They can replace it. They kind of can't, though. Like you can take a look at the stuff they have in operation in their navy or their you know, their tanks or whatever. Like, it's pretty clear there's a reason why they're relying on those ancient fucking tanks. You know, they can't replace their fleet or their yeah.
Thinker in the east. Moscow calls the devouring of this town liberation.
The main focus was to disrupt the Ukrainian counter-offensive, which was announced by Ukraine and its NATO allies. This task has been successfully completed.
Ukraine has only been able to liberate a few kilometres of its territory, and the head of its armed forces gave a sobering forecast for next year.
We're doing everything we can. Unfortunately, the enemy is not far behind us. You can see what is happening, especially recently. We're having powerful confrontations using various technologies.
Thank you, that's very helpful. Yeah, the war continues to stall for the moment. Though, Ukraine has been doing some pretty wacky stuff with their missiles lately.
Fragments of the ship were scattered for hundreds of metres. Strikes like this have chipped away at Russia's control, but their impact isn't always realised immediately. The problem for Ukraine is...
Can't believe we're funding Israel while this is going on. Yeah, I love for the BBC to be like, these like, this could literally just be a photo of the Gaza Strip if it wasn't for the trees, you know? Actually, the Gaza Strip would be significantly more densely populated than this, you know? The Gaza Strip is incredibly dense, much more dense than this town. You know, so it's like, the tyrannical Russians doing this, which they call liberation. Meanwhile, the BBC is fucking sucking off Netanyahu while he does the exact same shit over in the Gaza Strip. That main Ukrainian general and Zelensky are apparently having some serious internal beef. Uh-oh, we're gonna get another, we're gonna get a run on Kiev. We're gonna get another Wagner group breakdown. Let's go. Yeah, of course, hello too. The IDF killed an Australian citizen in Lebanon. Their buildings hit by an Israeli airstrike. Yeah, this isn't too surprising. Following the strike, Hezbollah announced he had been one of its fighters, according to the AFP news agency. All three people, Ibrahim Bazi, Sharuk Hamoud, and Ali Bazi, had their caskets draped in Hezbollah flags at their funerals on Tuesday. There's no suggestion either Ibrahim Bazi or Sharuk Hamoud were Hezbollah fighters. Wait. So Hezbollah has said that they were their people, and their caskets were draped in a Hezbollah flag, but there's no suggestion either of them were Hezbollah fighters? What does that mean? Is the suggestion that Hezbollah would lie for the purpose of rabble-rousing over something like this? This seems like a weird thing to lie about. Huh. Jihadist clout chasing? Yeah, many such cases. It's the same thing that ISIS did where they claim every attacker person is theirs. So has the family said that they were not Hezbollah fighters? Like, the family is making statements. Would they not want to contest Hezbollah's statement that these guys were a part of Hezbollah? If these guys were a part of Hezbollah, then, like, there's nothing special about this strike. You know, the fact that they're Australian citizens doesn't change the fact that in this case they would have gone and joined, like, a jihadist militia. To, you know, like, that's not too surprising. I guess the initial impression that I had was that Israel is sort of spitefully going after converts or people who are sympathetic to the enemy. But if they were actually militants, which the news says there was no indication they were, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. Maybe they were Hezbollah accountants. Yeah, maybe. Probably unlikely if he was planning to live his life in Sydney. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say without more info. Watchdog submits evidence of Israeli executions of Gaza civilians to UN ICC. Oh, man, I can't wait. The UN? The ICC? Ah, finally, Israel will be taken to task. Brought to justice. Hell yeah. Look at how parents and children act when they run into a Palestinian Omegle. Wait, you can't take anything from an Omegle video. You have no idea if it's real or not, or if it's staged. You could literally just, like, pre-record people talking and then stack their videos in a way that makes it look like the it doesn't mean anything, you know?
Hi.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I saw your TikToks. Why are you spreading? Why?
Yeah, this is fake. Sorry to inform you, this is fake. Yeah. Censored Man is a shit Twitter page. It's literally called Censored Man. I'm not surprised by this. Omegle's gone. Yeah, didn't they close Omegle? I don't really know. Pretty sure that dude has a big TikTok account. He does those calls, apparently. I don't know if it's a repost, though. Then in all likelihood, all of his videos are fake. Censored Man was getting cited by leftists a lot after the Hamas attacks, was very disappointed. Yeah, I've said this before and I'll say it again, but like, being correct politically doesn't really mean that much with regards to your capacity to continue making correct decisions, you know? Like, a good example of this that's currently hot in terms of Twitter discourse is a lot of leftists will pretend they're pro-rehabilitative justice, and then all of them will argue it should be okay to, like, murder rapists or something, you know? Where you have a person arrive sort of like incidentally or coincidentally at a correct position, but then you realize their underlying moral logic doesn't it doesn't add up. They just ended up having a correct position, but in like future, you know, in future arguments, they might arrive at a completely wrong one because their process for arriving at a good answer is dumb, you know? Tankies? No. Trust me. The lefties who don't actually believe in rehabilitation, that's like most lefties. Why would I go over that, Antigonos? Are they even lefties at that point? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sure, right? You I don't really gatekeep leftism behind you have to be right on every issue. I guess you can be generally progressive and then be bad on that specifically, but it's like a pretty big indicator, right? Yeah, I've had to debate people who have the right answer, but the math is fucked. It's wild. Zero principles. They just want some authority or institution to tell them what to think. Yeah, this is the reason why being an anarchist, or at the very least being inspired by anarchist philosophy, is the only correct way to do politics. Because if you look deep down at every other ideology, people want to be told what to do because they're weak. Marxist, Leninist, tankies, Stalinists, whatever, that entire group of people, they're not really fundamentally different from other kinds of authoritarians. They just envision a kind of authoritarianism that gets them the outcomes they want. Liberals are procedurally anti-authoritarian, but deeply technocratic and institutionalist, meaning that liberals will ideologically oppose authoritarianism for the most part, but then they'll support, first of all, capitalism, which is autocratic, and second of all, the sort of rule of institution and law in a way that actually procedurally hems people in the way that an authoritarian system might, you know? It's only anarchist philosophy, frankly, that's gotten this correct. There are some early Enlightenment thinkers that have as well, or I shouldn't say early Enlightenment thinkers. I guess I should say there are trends from the Enlightenment that I think have been sort of consistent in this regard, but a lot of them ended up just getting folded into like socialist and libertarian movements moving forward, right? The most interesting parts of the Enlightenment ended up becoming the libertarian socialist movement. Vosh Schoenhead going back to simping with the alt-right again just makes me think that people who rehabilitate are one step from going back if you don't keep fact-checking them. You're wrong on a couple of levels. First of all, Schoenhead never really, like, changed. She's just the way now that she was a few years ago. Extremely populist, anti-institutionalist, conspiratorial, very much aligned with people who won't tell her what she can or can't say. She didn't change that much. In a lot of ways, you know, Schoenhead has been more consistent than a lot of the people who got angry at her over inconsistency, like, I don't know, Destiny or something. Schoenhead's been really consistent. Now, I think that her consistency, in this case at least, is being retarded. You know, this is a consistently retarded outlook on her part. The insane hyperfixation on populist rhetoric to the point where it leads to her, like, openly getting along with authoritarians. You know, I don't get that at all. I don't think she would, like, get along with Bill Gates or George Soros or you know, like, obvious billionaire autocrats. I don't know why her ideology permits her to get along with so-called populist authoritarians, but, you know, in that respect, she's been consistent. But that's not a matter of rehabilitation. That was just the underlying logic was already flawed. Also, a big issue here, frankly, you know, is that and you know what? I'll give Schoenhead some credit to this point. A big issue here is that the left is fucking insufferable with the purity testing, you know? No matter how much Schoenhead criticized authoritarians or religious autocrats or whatever else, people on the far right were always incredibly conniving when dealing with her. Like, some people on the right would bitch at her, but for the most part, a lot of people were like, oh, just you wait, you know, like, a lot of people on the right with regards to Schoenhead, they were like, okay, if we openly criticize her, we make ourselves look bad. Look at what Sargon of Akkad did. Look at what a bunch of, like, Gamergate types did. When Schoenhead started associating with left-leaning people, they all freaked out. They looked like crazy simps. You know, we're not going to do that. They were smart. The people on the left take pride in being retarded. You know, they're like, well, if you're not perfect all the time, then I will subject you to nonstop, endless fucking critical discourse, where at the very even if, you know, you have to constantly answer for this or for that. God, it's no fucking wonder that people shift away from the left. Jesus Christ. The only reason I haven't is because I'm better than you people. But really though, the fact that I've remained consistent in the face of how the left acts is a sign of me being, I would say, divine. You know, on this holiest of days, on Christmas Day, I will say that it is a bit of divine inspiration. You're insufferable. You're all insufferable. You guys too. Less so, but you guys too. Yeah, he's the chosen one, son of Christ, reincarnation, blah, blah, yeah, whatever. Seriously, though, it's a big issue. And I've been harping on about this for like 5 years now. So, very important, very important. The main problem is that it's like schoolyard politics, right? Where even people who have seen how bad the bullying and gatekeeping gets, the moment they're in the in crowd, they do it to other people. Perfect example, ContraPoints. ContraPoints, a lot more sensitive a person than me, got driven back to a fucking opioid addiction because of online bullying. She gets back in good graces by staying quiet, putting her head in the sand, and then what? She turns that right against me. Every single fucking tactic used against her. It's the exact same shit, fucking rebound right against me. Like, a lot, you know, it's like bullying. How do you avoid getting bullied? You point the finger elsewhere. So it's like, fuck, man. You know? That last video, yeah, 1 year ago, you know. Is this like generational trauma? Nah, don't give it that legitimacy. Weak people are weak. I think Contra's critiques of you were far less valid than the critiques of Shu. There are no critiques of me. Contra's video was weird, man. Contra makes really good videos. And it really did just feel like she took 5 minutes out of that video to, like, hate monger about me. Like, normally her videos are very tightly written, but it felt like she had, like, 40 minutes of a good video, and then 40 minutes of a good video, and then sandwiched in the middle, it was a 5-minute ramble about me that wasn't really related to the thesis of the video. Like, much better arguments could have been made elsewhere. She just wanted to include me. Yeah, it's weird. It didn't even make any sense. Yeah, Taser Pagan. Vosh, I doubt there's a human in the world that would do the right thing when their social circle is compromised. We have to expect some degree of integrity from people who make a lot of money from convincing other people of their political positions. You know, I think that's fair. I've been consistent. I don't think it's impossible. She used the drama with you to say we should just ignore JKR. It was weird. It was weird. It was weird. Ignore JK. Like, that was her takeaway. That big old video was like, what if we just ignored the figureheads of hate movements? Like, what if we just didn't... Weird. Weird, 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 weird. You know? Weird. By the way, you might have noticed, you know, not to brag, but I will brag, that everything that I said about JKR ended up coming true. She's the leader of a hate movement, but like I said, the TERFs on their own are not that powerful because their interests are only amplified to the extent that they overlap with the interests of the conservative majority. TERFs themselves, like actual TERFs, not super relevant groups. I'll ask you, when was the last time you saw a headline about J.K. Rowling? Exactly. That's because their talking points have been folded into the right. Now it's just the conservative movement again. And what is the conservative movement okay with? That's right, misogyny. So at the end of the day, the like hemming and hawing and pearl clutching about, oh, you can't prove TERFs right by being misogynistic, like all that bullshit, you know? Totally invalid. The life cycle of her like wing of the movement was never going to last that long, you know? How can you simultaneously appeal to a conservative majority but also hem and haw over misogyny? You can't, is the thing. It's an inconsistency. Conservatives are definitionally okay with misogyny. So, you know, it's don't play into their fear-mongering bullshit, you know? Don't give in to the idea that you're actually fronting their positions or empowering them by doing that. It's not true. Vosh, bigotry doesn't justify goddamn bigotry. Cry about it. Again, the idea that like years of drama has been produced by me saying something like, women shut up and be quiet. Like, holy shit. I say shit like that all the time on stream. Like, nobody fucking cares. Nobody cares. The only reason leftists care about me saying that is because J.K. Rowling told them to. The cucked, spineless little bitches. See, this is what I mean by being an unwitting pawn of the right. If your outrage and indignation are coded in such a way that you're basically the attack dog of the opposition gets to point out what they think is harmful to them, and you go, oh, they're right, we can't do that. Like, you're just doing their bidding for them. Sure, overstate the problem, why not, you know? Hey, somewhere out there probably is a trans woman who's kind of creepy about cis women, you know, and does the like, ooh, girl to girl to nana, lesbian, let's all talk thing. I know that because ContraPoints made a video where they pointed out that transbians sometimes have a tendency to behave this way. Let's all, as the entire left, dedicate our resources and attention to attacking trans women if they act anything like that. I think that's a good idea. I think this is guaranteed to produce good outcomes for the trans community, and definitely isn't us just doing the bidding of a right-wing psyop that's interested in like cultivating infighting. I'm very smart. Very smart. I've got a very high IQ. I've got lots of good ideas. How do we fix the left? Donate more. Benjamin, you specifically. You've been slacking. That's a joke. You don't need to. I love you. Also, Merry Christmas. Happy birthday. Wouldn't hold my breath, Kuro. Excuse me. Under Argentina's new president, fuel is up 60% and diaper prices have doubled. Again, Javier Milei is probably going to end up being the arbiter of the world's greatest anecdotal argument against libertarianism ever constructed, you know? Sure, libertarianism has been defeated a million times on paper, but now finally we get an actual live firing range test. Sorry it's going to cost the well-being of an entire country to determine it, but yeah. If you can leave Argentina, now would be a pretty good time. Though, with how the economy's doing right now, in all likelihood, if you're in Argentina, you're either a person benefiting from the current regime or not able to afford to leave. So, yeah, you know. Is this true? Unbelievable. Iran announced the killing this afternoon by Israel of General Radi Mossawi, senior Iranian Revolutionary Guard or commander deployed in Syria who was close to Soleimani, the most senior IRGC leader slain since 2020. Based. Sorry, Iran is funding and directly supporting like a million fucking proxy wars. They're supplying training and soldiers and weapons to a ton of groups in the region. Pretty fair play here. We did a missile strike on Iraqi territory for a person that was doing a diplomatic visit. This motherfucker was in Syria. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Arab Peter Coffin? Holy shit. I see it. Fuck Israel, but fair game. Yeah. Of course, fun guy. Happy birthday. Oh, is that the guy Israel murked? Yeah, I don't care that much, to be honest. Again, critical differences here. The United States could benefit massively from cooling relations with Iran, so us randomly missile striking Soleimani while on a diplomatic visit in an airport controlled by an ally of ours, unbelievably bad. In this case, however, this guy was like actively deployed. I'm just gonna guess because he was an Iranian leader in Syria, but it's probably fair to assume this guy was assisting in the operation of like local proxy jihadist militia groups against like U.S., Rojava, and Israeli interests in the region, right? Like that's so he's deployed. He's not like on a diplomatic visit. We're not striking an ally. Most of Syria might as well be fucking no man's land, diplomatically speaking. Like everyone fucking shits around there, so. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like, yeah, it doesn't seem that bad to me. I just explained, Ben Temple. Well, Jetfire, I mean, I don't think that Israel is necessarily aggressing against Iran here because Iran does supply an enormous amount with regards to like anti-Israeli groups. Like they fund the Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, like so much shit goes back to Iran. It's not like they're not already in open conflict, you know? It's just not a direct war. And if there was a direct war, Israel would win as long as Israel didn't try to invade Iran, then they'd lose. You know, so it's yeah. As long as Israel had US support, and they would. Yeah. in the replies. Did you ever doubt, Anon? This is getting dangerously close to a multi-front war. I mean, it kind of already is from Israel's perspective. Vosh, when will the horrible nightmares about high school stop? It's been 8.5 years. You have to let those memories go, my friend. Yeah, you were cringe. Yeah, you fumbled the bag, you know? Yeah, you could have gotten pussy way earlier than you actually did. Yeah, people hated you for no reason, okay? You have to let it go. You have to take all those memories and accept that life is cringe. Life itself. That's the dark... Just as the universe was created with both matter and antimatter that collide to form energy, the universe was also created with equal amounts of based and cringe, and life is just about. See, the yin yang symbol expresses this. All right, the constant juxtaposition between it's so fucking over and we are so fucking back. Okay, you have to accept it and you have to move forward, and then you can stop having those high school dreams. All of my dreams are like action movie dreams. Every time that I have a dream, you know, it's all like me and a group of my close friends and family have to escape the exploding building. I always have like rockin' dreams, you know? The last dream that I had was just a couple of nights ago, and it was like I and a group of my friends for some reason had to kill a like hag witch in a swamp that was guarding a magic tree, and in order to like defeat her, we had to carve the tree up. So we were given these scythe-like handsaws that had the grip of like a scythe, but like a handsaw, so you would like do that or whatever. And it was sick as hell, yeah. And like dodge a fucking witch firebolt. Hell yeah, absolutely. Felt very satisfying to hold the handsaw scythe. Very satisfying. You're playing too much Baldur's Gate 3, lol. Yeah, it's probably at least a little bit inspired by that. Captain Gwendolyn, is that true? I think that's despicable. One time I dreamt there was a secret 3 a.m. Vosh stream filmed on an infrared camera. Thank you, Endless Autism. Living up to your name, truly. I would turn the lights on. You wouldn't need the infrared. Oh, Endless Autism. Thank you for spamming my feed with drawings of Golden Kamuy characters, unironically. You know, I used to be, I was almost completely surrounded by people whose autism was expressed in drawing like fan art of characters they liked, and I want to return to those days. That's my like return with the V, you know? That kind of autism. There will be a lot of changes after New Year's, Poblado. What happened to your Fortress arc? The Fortress arc hasn't been a thing for a long time. Then it became the Flying Fortress arc. Right now we're in the interim period, but I think the next arc is going to have to be the Big Pants arc. Both in the fact that I have big pants now, and also in the fact that, you know, there are strategies to employ. It's the fashion arc? No. The fashion, that's like the chair arc, the fashion arc. Those are sub arcs, okay? Those are subplots. Those are just autistic hyperfixations. That's not the same. Oh, you've done it now. You brought it up. There was something that I wanted to talk about that is related to fashion, and if you don't like that, then you can pluck out your own eyes. Because this is relevant. We talk a lot about self-esteem here, and I saw this and the discourse around it, and it blew up so much, and I wanted to talk about it. There we go. So, yeah, I like clothes now. In fact, I cleaned out my my closet so that I could fit another dresser in there because I don't have enough space for all the clothes I already own. Though I am done with buying clothes at the moment. Though I did buy like $300 in linens in the middle of winter as a present to myself for Christmas. But yeah, I'll have to store those somewhere while waiting for spring. Anyway, I saw this post on that's gay as fuck. Thank you. I saw this post on Twitter, and then I went and I saw it on the subreddit to confirm that it was real and not made up. And I was not happy. So this is a little bit heartbreaking. Can we be sincere for a moment? So this post from r/men's fashion. How come I never look right? How sad is that? I know this seems trivial, but this post has 23.5 million views. So, you know, how sad is that? And then you've got this fellow right here, who admittedly not currently drippy, I'll admit. So this is a very sad post, okay? Now, I don't use any, like, fashion subreddits. I don't think they're necessarily a bad resource. I just don't. I went over to Men's Fashion to see if this was a real post, and I found it. And as you can see, it's got a lot of comments. And guys, almost all of the top-rated comments in that Reddit thread were saying stuff like, you need to lose weight. I'm not joking. Some of them cushioned it a bit more, and they were like, yeah, I think it would look better if you lost weight. And then some of them were very upfront about it, but that was the advice being given in a men's fashion subreddit. Now, look, losing weight sometimes, in fact, a lot of times, it can be helpful with a lot of stuff, up to and including fitting well in clothes. There's no getting around that, sure. But in a fashion advice subreddit, the idea of looking at, okay, there are a lot of issues with this outfit that have nothing to do with the weight of the person wearing it. Also, the idea that you would need to lose weight to look good in a sweater is insane. Of all items of clothing that you would be like, yeah, if you lost weight, that would really... A sweater? He's not even that fat. He's just like a little portly too. It's not even like look, fashion can get really tough if you're like really obese, because then it's like, oh shit, you need to have everything specially tailored if you want to fit right. I get that, you know, but like, oh my God, this guy's like, what is this, like a 38 waist, depending on how tall he is? Like, what kind of issue is this, you know? 90% of his issue is posture. The posture is not helping. There are a lot of issues here, and I'm going to talk about them briefly. But I'm more interested in the concept here, I guess. Just show the Derek Guy thread whose opinion you're stealing from. Actually, I saw this before Derek Guy quote tweeted it. I like to reply to it, and in my dream world, in my mind, in the palace of my imagination, Derek Guy only saw this thread, this massive thread, because I liked it, even though Derek Guy doesn't follow me. How does that work? I'm not sure, but that is what I choose to believe. It's a matter of faith. You wouldn't take away faith from this birthday boy, would you? On Christmas Day, Christmas Day, December 27th, 2023, you wouldn't take that away from me, would you? No, I thought not. Hold on, where's my like premier imagined like fat man sweater drip? Hold on. What we do in the shadows, Guillermo. I fucking love Guillermo de la Cruz. What We Do in the Shadows is a hit and miss show, but holy shit, do I love Guillermo. Look, I love him. What a goddamn cinnamon roll. Oh, yeah, he's not wearing a sweater here. There we go. I mean, he's a person, so he changes outfits sometimes. Love his hair. Love his little poof. You know? Guillermo sweep every time, baby. Get that motherfucker to the Oscars. Love him. Look at his cute little like velvet vest. Look how cute he is. Okay, yeah, I like him. I like his character, you know. Lovely. Anyway, sorry. So anyway, this guy posted his poor fit to the men's fashion subreddit, and a lot of people were basically just like, yeah, bro, you got to lose weight. Now, even the people who weren't suggesting that he lose weight were giving pretty bad advice, which makes me doubt the viability of this subreddit. You know, a lot of people treat fashion, or in fact any kind of self-improvement from a men's perspective, as this like Sigma grind set, you gotta burn it to earn it kind of, you know, like bullshit. This is one of the reasons why like female friend groups tend to be a lot more supportive than male friend groups, because men, you know the difference, like if you say you have a problem to two people, it's a very guy thing for them to like give you a solution, and a very girl thing to say, oh, that sucks. You know what I mean? I'm generalizing, but there is like research to indicate that those trends differ. And a lot of people think, including myself, by the way, I am fully a gives advice person. So don't, this is not like me saying like, oh, be different or whatever, because I'm not, and I don't care. But what a lot of people fail to understand is that for something like losing weight, oh my goodness, thank you, Benjamin. I'll do donuts in a sec. For a lot of people, losing weight is much less about the solution and more about the emotional stability on their way to getting it done. So how do you lose weight? Losing weight is incredibly easy. Just eat fewer calories than you burn. That's it. It's incredibly simple, and it's the same for everyone. The amount of calories you burn may differ person to person, but this is all pretty easy to math out in your head. It's not complicated. Now, the difficulty in losing weight is not knowing how to do it. Yeah, it's simple, not easy. Knowing how to do it, very easy. Doing it, not easy. What does it take to lose weight? Well, it takes a lot of mental fortitude, because you have to deliberately starve yourself. You know, that sounds a bit dramatic, but that is what you're doing. You're eating fewer calories than you're burning, so your body has to burn fat resources in order to survive. That's how it works. So there's going to be discomfort, and that usually means you're going to be uncomfortable. And when you're uncomfortable, you're going to be tempted to quit dieting. And, you know, the best thing you can have in a situation like that, or one of the best things, is a supportive friend group, right? You know, like that could be really helpful, right? So sometimes it's actually more effective to offer support than a solution, especially if the solution is fairly, you know, fairly understandable to, at least when it comes to like grappling it, like conceptually. So you have something like this, right? And people are being incredibly unhelpful. Now, for a fashion subreddit, you shouldn't even be talking about weight. It is true that if you're very fat, it's harder to find clothes. Yes, of course, obviously. And if you want it to fit really well and, you know, like contour to your body in the perfect possible way, you might need to have it tailored. Like, that's true, okay? But like, in terms of this right here, respectfully, this is a pretty poor outfit. And the fact that they weren't centering on that really makes me think that for a lot of people in the men's fashion subreddit, they have a very specific image of what a man is supposed to look like. And if your body doesn't look like the right kind of body, then any clothing you drape on that body will be wrong. And this is a really common mistake that I see people in my chat do as well. Over the past couple of decades, there's been an increasing tendency to make clothing skinnier and skinnier. It's present in everything, from the dress shirts that we wear, to our t-shirts, to our suits, even our suits, like full three-piece suits. Everything that we wear, and by we, I mean men, by the way, I'm talking about men. I don't know as much about women's clothing, but everything that we wear now is more slim fit oriented. Now, there are a few problems with this. First of all, because not everyone has the same body type, even if they're skinny, like even skinny people have different proportions and so on and so forth. That means that creating one standard size of clothing that fits all men at a given like weight or body size or whatever gets increasingly difficult. See, if everything is a boxy fit, if everything's kind of big and drapes on you, it's a lot easier to design a medium shirt that fits everyone like a medium should. Whereas if it's tight, how do you make that work? There's more variables involved. Well, the answer usually is that you use fewer material and you make it stretchy, you know, add in some elastic or whatever. This has the unfortunate consequence of making a lot of clothing fit on you kind of like a green screen suit or like a Filthy Frank suit. And it folds and contours in uncomfortable ways, and it just kind of generally looks like shit. Even if the clothing is like light enough that it doesn't get super sweaty, like there's a reason why if you look, hold on, slim fit t-shirt Alibaba, I say to go immediately to like the lowest common denominator of, you know, where you might find something. If you see a lot of clothing advertised for men, you'll often see clothing that looks like this. Now, I want to be really clear here, okay? This is a lie. Do you know why it's a lie? Because the only thing this item of clothing is selling you is the fantasy of being this muscular. And you're not. There are maybe 10 people watching out of the so-and-so 1,000 right now who have a body like this with this low of body fat. The only thing that's being sold to you right here is the fantasy of being fit. you might notice that for some clothing, like this, it looks quite nice. Well, it doesn't actually, but you can imagine that it looks quite nice because the person wearing it is very skinny. If you have any belly fat whatsoever, this instantly turns into like a sweaty on the underbelly, clingy, bleh, you know. A lot of shirts are fitted like this because people are sold on the image of being super skinny, and they're not. So, you know, it doesn't, it's like, man, this is everywhere, dude. Go into like any department store and see how the polo shirts fit on the mannequins they have around the place. These things fit like goddamn like wet tissue paper. They fit like fucking. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about? Look out for them polyester shirts, folks. Okay, they skimp. All right, it's not good. It's not good. The reason I'm saying all of this is because there's been an increasing trend towards making clothing really slim, and I think that makes fat people feel worse about themselves. The God's honest truth is that if you go back in time, for basically all of human history, clothing was loose fit because A, you had to do hard work out in the fields or whatever. B, it was cold and you wanted to layer that shit, and you're not layering like 16 layers of like polyester or whatever. You know, you have wool or linen or something. You have like real materials that are hand woven and with looms. And third of all, it allows much easier movement. You know, really tight fitting clothing doesn't allow easy movement. A lot of people think of modern clothing, I think, in like a kind of like delicate, oh, I can't get this like messed with or whatever. And then you take a look at like, hold on, 18th century country clothing. Hopefully that brings me what I'm looking for here. Here. Men's country suits. There we go. That should give me what I'm looking for. Maybe 19th century. I think 19th century would be better. Maybe 20th century so I can get photos? I don't know why. I don't know why I thought that I would get photos that way. I'm very dumb. What am I? Here, wait, hold on. 20th century country tweed. Here we go. This is going to seem kind of dumb and tangential. Here we go. Have something fun to look at. Scotsman kilts. When we look back in the day and we see the way men used to dress, I chose the kilt image because it's funny. But you guys have a pretty good mental image for how men dressed like 100 years ago, right? Oftentimes, especially on the countryside where men would actually do work and like hunt and do sports and stuff, the clothes they wore were a lot thicker, a lot sturdier, and a lot more durable than the ones we wear today. You might notice, however, that they also look really good. Like, you see that, right? Like, it's not like these all look like drapey shit or whatever. They don't look like stupid fucking billowing. They don't look like they're wearing ill-fitting clothing. The clothes were just kind of made a little bit better back then. I'm not being like a return to tradition kind of guy. I'm telling you that clothing companies these days skimp at every possible level, and the consequence of this is that we have lower and lower like standards for the durability, flexibility, and fit of clothing. Everything fits worse than it used to. Seriously, it's not that difficult to go back and look at plenty of examples of guys who look really dope in clothing that nowadays would be considered, like, just the way hunters used to dress, you know? This is a modern recreation photo. This isn't actually like an ancient photo or whatever. I don't think people had this facial hair back then. But like, yeah, the reason this matters is because if you take a look at what an outfit back then would have fit like and would have costed, and compare it to like a modern, expensive, well-fitted outfit or whatever, it seems like in a lot of practical ways it's gotten worse. And also, it now fits in a way that kind of discludes fat people. A really great example of this, one last thing I'm going to show before going back to that Twitter post, and I swear to God there's a point coming up here, okay? A great example of this, and I learned this from Derek Guy, so I'm plagiarizing this opinion somewhat, but I agree fully with it, is the place called Suit Supply. Who here has heard of Men's Warehouse, Indochino, or Suit Supply? These are all suit stores, outfits, manufacturers, whatever, that are available at a lower price point than like a fully made custom suit. A fully custom bespoke suit, meaning that it's like measured and tailored for you, is usually $2,000 to $3,000 because it takes an ungodly amount of work to fully custom make a suit. But if you have a suit that is pre-made, that is ready to wear off the rack, you can usually get it still in a high quality, for about $600 to $800. If you want to go for low quality materials, you can go cheaper, and like that's fine. Not everyone wants to spend $600 on a suit they're going to wear 2 times. That's okay. But even when talking about clothing that is made with like good materials, like the stuff over at Suit Supply, which often sources its materials from Italian mills, hold on, there's a big issue with Suit Supply. I'm going to ask you guys, can you tell what it is from looking at the models they use to advertise their clothing? Correct. White people. No. Correct. A lot of these suits are meant to appeal to a sort of modern, slim fit aesthetic. You can tell just from the way that it folds that the material is light. The suits don't come down that far. Usually they would come down about like an inch further. They sit lightly on your body. They have a very low fabric weight, meaning the literal like thickness of the fabric is pretty low, which can be fine, but it also means that a lot of these suits are tailored to like, I mean, I'll ask you, how do you think this suit would fit on a person who had a bit of a belly, even if they expanded the suit? Can you see how with the very thin overlap here between the you know, the single-breasted jacket, the way that like the shoulder sits, the way it sits around the waist, it would just kind of like bulge outward a little bit. You know what I mean? It would break the form. The form of the suit kind of relies on you being skinny. And I'm not saying you can't wear it if you're a little bit fatter. They would just make a larger suit for you. That's fine. But you understand the argument I'm trying to make here, right? I'm trying to point out that the way fashion has trended lately has made things harder for fatter guys. Not impossible, but like if you've ever felt insecure in how you fit in modern clothing, it might be because the clothing you're buying is being constructed with those trends in mind. That meaning, if you look towards other eras of clothing, like say, for example, 90s boxy t-shirts, you might be able to find something that fits a little bit better, a little bit more comfortably, and you also look pretty drippy in it. It doesn't have to look ill-fitting. Suits or whatever other item of clothing are not ill-fitting, you know, if they don't like adhere to your body like a fucking green screen suit. You know what I mean? Everyone understands what I'm getting at here, right? A great example of this, in my opinion, would be 1990s era boxy t-shirts. Like this. T-shirts pretty much all used to look like this, by the way. I think this is a really nice t-shirt fit. You might notice that nothing about the way this is being advertised relies on you being super skinny. You could be kind of portly and look really good in a t-shirt fit like this. Boxy doesn't mean it's oversized. The shoulder fits correctly, you know? It's just like you look at this and you think, oh, the shirt's not meant to like contour to every fucking curve of your body. Yes, these pants are relatively high-waisted, but you can find plenty of examples of boxy t-shirts that fit really well. This guy, for example, clearly in great shape. You can tell just from the way his shoulders roll. This guy's very fit. And you can tell through the shirt, but the shirt doesn't feel the need to be this like skin fit, like painted on, you know, polyester bullshit in order to demonstrate that. Motherfucker looks good, doesn't he? I want my suit tight. You can have a tight suit. I'm not telling you how to dress. What I'm trying to do here, I just noticed that a lot of guys feel like because they're chubby, they can't wear clothing that fits well. And I disagree. And I'm just trying to do a little thing where I talk about, you know, there are other ways and you don't have to feel bad. I know a lot of you guys pretend not to care about how other people see you. And I know you're bullshitting too, because you're not as smart as you think you are. And I know everything that you think, and I'm smarter than you. And I know exactly what you're thinking at all times. And I know that you feel bad sometimes about it. And there are people who are watching who care about how they're perceived, and they do want to look nice, and they're concerned. Like I said, the reason I'm talking about this is because I saw this post on my subreddit. Where's the post? 500 likes. Women, I love clothes shopping. Finds 2 pairs of cute jeans, a jacket, 4 tops, spends 100. Men's, what's the point? Men's section's disorganized. Only shirts he finds says doing your mom or something. Shoe size stop at 12. Buys a Pepsi so people don't think he's stealing. This is too real. And there were people in chat who were like, yeah, and I'm overweight, so I can't feel like I look good in anything. I am just trying to talk to you. this is so bullshit. It really depends on where you shop. If you shop in only like department stores where the women's section is 4 times the size of the men's section and you don't really know what to look for, then it can feel that way. I'm just trying to be uplifting here. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm talking about. So maybe investigate styles of clothing that that look like, that don't rely on you being super like skinny in order for them to look good. That being said, this was never going to look good. This right here is one of those like cheap sweaters they sell you at Macy's suit sections where it's like, yeah, dude, you can look exactly like the Men's Fashion Advice fit model. All you have to do is wear a button up and then over it like a slim sweater and you'll look exactly like all the guys who looked like this before, you know? Like this is like the archetype or whatever. The sweater is ill-fitting in a number of ways. First of all, if you're going to wear a sweater, the sweater should be thick and textured. It shouldn't be this thin crap, because wearing thin material on thin material basically guarantees it's going to look poorly. Like, if you're wearing a thin shirt and then over it a thin sweater, of course the thin sweater is going to contour weirdly. Like, you're basically guaranteeing that with the available textures, you know? Like, if you really want a statement piece, all you have to do, look up fisherman's sweater. You can find a billion examples, like Shetland, you know, whatever. There's a million examples of stuff that look really, really good and will look really good regardless of your body type, because it's a fucking sweater. It's a sweater. It's meant to look, it's a sweater. It should fit on you no matter what, comfortably. It's a sweater, you know? High quality sweaters can be a little bit more expensive, but you can find cheaper versions of them. You can go thrifting for, you know, just find some knit stuff. You can find it. You know, it's a nice sweater. You know, you can find it. I believe in you. Looks hot, not gonna lie. Sweaters look nice, you know? And it's not like they all fit like a fucking garbage bag or whatever. They can look pretty good. But the point is that the thicker texture material works with whatever you're wearing underneath, you know? Fisherman's sweater over button up. Is that cable knit? Yes, that's a cable knit sweater. Well, fishermen's sweaters in particular tend to have high collars, so they're not over any t-shirts. Cable knit sweater over button up. Men's, women, putting women here. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, you could go for like a cardigan look. That looks pretty good. Oh, here we go. That looks nice. I don't like that shade of blue, but that's a personal taste thing. I think that looks nice. It's pretty much just a better version of what this guy's going for, it feels. You know? Light pink, blue chinos. Oh, these chinos are too tight, by the way. Big tip. If you're wearing pants and your pockets are flared out like elephant ears, that means that the pants are too tight. You need to go a size up, or find a different brand. But like, if the pockets are doing this, it means they're too tight. His whole fit is too tight? Yeah, because he's fallen victim to, you know, a set of aesthetic trends that exist almost entirely to make money for fashion companies. That's why. Why are clothes all slim fit these days? It takes less material. That's it, you know? It used to be most suits were made with like 14-ounce wool or whatever. Now you can find suits, the average suit is like 8 or something. It's insane. Like, it's just fashion companies trying to cheap out materials. That's it. That's literally it. That's why they do it. It's nothing to do with like, you know, oh, it's because you're so skinny. People are fatter than ever. Why do you think there's an inverse trend where people are getting fatter, but clothes are getting more thin and slim fitting? Like, how does that make any sense? It's just a cost saving measure, you know? That being said, you can still find relatively cheap clothing that's like thick and well made. You just have to know where to look for it. I think this looks really nice, man. That looks pretty good, in my opinion. You know? Look at this. Wouldn't recommend this one in particular, though. At least not unless you have money. This is Ralph Lauren, I'm pretty sure. That's pretty good. Okay. I think that's everything that I have to say. I just wanted to say that you don't have to feel bad if you're more portly. It does not prevent you from dressing well. There are plenty of excellent examples of, you know, fat guy fashion, and it doesn't have to be some crazy specific, like, out there thing or whatever. It can literally just be like, you know which clothes work with your size and shape, and that's totally fine. That is true, Annie. I like this example that Derek guy used. That man was dripped. Oh, yeah. Great example of being dripped out to the nines. Man just knew what he was doing, you know? Nice, big, flared, rounded collar with a cardigan over it. Look at this fit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Perfect example of what tailored pants can do for you, even if you're quite fat, by the way. The way the trousers end at the perfect length right at the top of the shoe. Like oh, my God. Incredible. Living his best life. Oh, absolutely. Spear and McKay is, yeah, but they're all online only, so you have to be confident in your measurements, Dude 36. Is Derek Guy like a fashion consultant or what exactly? He's a fashion-oriented gay man. The more I look into this stuff, by the way, the more I'm reminded that, like, so much of what prevents men from having fun with clothing is their own ego and their fear of caring about their appearance. And I just want us all to try and to care, you know? It's not even a matter of spending money. It's just a matter of caring about how you look to other people, because it's a way of communicating with others. Keep in mind, it's also not just a money thing. This is a post from Derek Guy that I wanted to highlight. Trump buys his suits from Brioni, and they are almost certainly made from lightweight wool. Look at how his trousers wrinkle, especially as the cloth shifts from his seat to the front of his shoe. This is what people mean by don't hang well. Compare to second picture with heavy fabric. Great example of how heavier fabric and materials can do a lot for you in terms of your appearance. Trump has never looked good in a suit. And, like, look at the way these pants fall. And then compare it to this image. Wow, looks pretty good. Just a little bit interesting how every photo of a guy wearing a suit from the 50s or earlier, they look really good. And nowadays they all look like grinning psychopaths wearing, like, skinny fit suits that crinkle over their bodies. Even for someone like Trump, who is quite fat, look at all the wrinkles at the front of the thigh. Like, what the fuck? So this isn't even like a rich person versus poor person thing. This is just a matter of, like, you know, if you want to give it a shot. There's a reason why ultra-wealthy women tend to dress like shit, because all wealthy people dress like shit. And all the most fashionable girls that you know live in, like, your local, like, poor converted to lofts district, and they thrift shop for stuff, and they look gorgeous every time you see them, and it's just because they care more, you know? Okay, I am done. That's it. Fat Kings, try your best. I love you. Nice, Dr. Strange. I'm happy to hear that. That's awesome. Didn't even lose that many viewers during that. That's quite nice. What about disabled kings with fucked backs? Sorry, I just don't know that much about that. Asking again for your shirt material? This is cotton. Just regular cotton. Though there are a million ways to weave cotton, so. This is just a regular shirt from Banana Republic. Do you know what the best thrift stores would be to shop at? Should I just stick to local places? I mean, every place has their own thrift stores, right? There aren't really, like, chain thrift stores except for places like Goodwill, and I wouldn't shop there. It's just about looking around. It's not about where you shop. It's about how you shop. It's about developing a process to understand the fit and how it works. Yeah, Ross, Marshalls, and Nordstrom Rack are all not secondhand. They're all like hand down clothing department stores. So you can usually find good stuff cheaper there. Nice, Jax Hainworth. Hell yeah. Okay. Keffel's trending. Can somebody explain to me why Keffels is trending? I'm going to be honest. As somebody who's not paying a ton of attention, the fact that I've heard nonstop about like drama lately is gives me pause to even like engage with any of this. You know what I mean? What is the? It was like there was some fighting with Zan, and now it's with Hassan. What's going on and why? Yeah, this seems like stuff I don't care to get involved in. Actor Lee Sun-kyun of Oscar-winning film Parasite dies. Lee, who was being investigated on drug charges, was found dead in a car in an apparent suicide, South Korean police said. That's really sad. Is it because he was under investigation? Like, because he was afraid? South Korea has some incredibly draconian laws when it comes to drugs, but did he really... Would a person this wealthy and famous really kill himself to avoid what probably would have been fairly lenient charges? Like, it's not like it's the death penalty or whatever. The police were basically blackmailing him for months? Really? An ongoing crackdown on narcotics in South Korea, which has stringent drug laws, has led to cases against a number of celebrities and other high-profile figures. South Korea is such a shithole. Suddenly, hold on. Police harassment. Lee Sun-kyun was, quote, harassed and blackmailed, claim fans. Claim fans, I see. Hmm. The idea of this being a matter of national import for South Korea is so weird because in America, we basically just assume that all famous people are on drugs all the time, you know? Like, like nobody in America cares. Nobody's going after it. Unironically, the like relatively legal use of drugs in upper echelons of our culture is probably one of the big reasons why America is such a massive cultural power. I gotta say, like, no matter what industry you're in, auteurs, creatives, and powerful famous people are going to use drugs. And if there's like a degree of celebritydom you have to accept, uh, along with what comes along with it, like Parasite was the biggest cultural export from Korea since what? Old Boy? It's got to be since Old Boy, right? Maybe. Wait, was Parasite or Squid Game first? K-pop? I guess K-pop. That's true. I don't really think of music. You're right. You're right. It'd be K-pop, I guess. Parasite was before Squid Game. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we can say at the very least then a powerful cultural export. That Train zombie movie. Oh, Train to Busan. I watched that recently. It was pretty good. Liked it. I liked how the muscular proletarian everyman hero was a good guy the whole time, and how the rich person was evil and craven and cowardly. I thought that was good. I think that more... I think there should be less subtle propaganda, is the thing, okay? I think that if there is a rich person, they should be evil, and if there is a poor person, they should be good, and we should just keep making stories like that. Hmm. Moreover... Hostess A made contradictory claims and said, I saw Lee Sun-kyun inhale ketamine powder using a straw. Is that what you do ketamine through? I mentioned ketamine to him and he seemed curious, so I got it for him and he used it. However, Lee passed 3 of the drug tests and was constantly insisting. What would the charge be? Like, what would his sentence be? Up to 5 years in prison. Wait, that's just for cannabis. But if he was doing ketamine... The drug policy of South Korea is one of the strictest of the world. Why would you give a shit about this when your country is dying? Okay? You guys have any idea how fucked South Korea is? Well, funnily enough, you can watch Parasite for a little bit of insight into that. South Korea is like Japan on steroids. Their birth rate is insanely low. Nobody wants to be alive over there. Just cannabis, cannabis, cannabis. In my previous job, there was a story of Korean military exchange student receiving a DUI in the U.S. and he committed suicide to avoid going back home and being dishonorably discharged because he didn't want to face the family. Yeah, at the risk of, because a lot of people are going to say like, oh, this is a racist stereotype. It's not. Korea and Japan both have incredibly fucked like family honor things. There's a reason why people make the jokes about dishonoring your family, like disembowels yourself, you know? Like that's not, that is both a racist stereotype and also completely fucking true. So, you know, Jesus Christ. It's incredibly fucked. The work culture is incredibly also fucked. Yeah, for sure. But this guy didn't have to worry about that. He was rich. This was purely like an honor or jail time thing. Like, it can't be a money thing for him, you know? China, too. I don't know as much about China. I think that China is a little bit less so. I'm pretty sure. It's a mistranslation. It's not about honor. It's about saving face. I think arguably those are similar. Well, I guess that's kind of a blurry cultural thing. But yeah, okay. Yeah. They're a bit distinct. Yeah, this might even just be an honor thing since the comfort women were kept silent in Korea for 40 fucking years because it'd be dishonorable for their relatives for them to speak up about what happened to them. Yeah. Zuko would have definitely killed himself because he failed his honor. Yeah, I guess it is kind of prescient that, like, the main and first Fire Nation character you meet in the story where the Fire Nation is just Japan is a guy screaming about his honor to, like, restore his honor for his family. And that's, like, his main thing. Yeah, that's pretty true. Nah, it's an East Asian thing, Vosh. Would you say it's worse in South Korea and Japan, or do you think it's equally bad in China? I mean, I guess there are other countries in East Asia, but I don't know. Like, it can't be the same in Taiwan, right? Because Taiwan's history and culture is totally different because it's been so fucking westernized by, like, back dictatorship and blah, blah, you know? It's generally pretty bad in the whole region. Dude, how fucking badly must the Chinese Cultural Revolution have gone for them to literally slaughter millions of people and destroy their cultural history, and then nothing fucking changes? Like, modern day China is still doing the, like, venerating the great kingdom shit, you know, the mandate of heaven, and they're like, all of the like, so many of the cultural fucking, so much of the baggage just persisted in spite of it. Like, nothing, they didn't even change anything, you know? Paint the whole fucking country red in 2 ways. It's because you can't really change culture. That's kind of true. You can't really, like, you can't change culture by government mandate, you know? There just have to be changes over time. You can kind of, like, change it through, you can change it indirectly. You can kind of, like, nudge it in directions based on what you do, but you can't just take it and put it somewhere else. You can't just make a thing like culture, you know? It has to develop organically. Yeah, it's the difference between like taking a like a ball on a field and moving it versus like blowing it in a direction, I guess. I don't really know. It's like culture is erosion. It's a process of erosion, you know? I don't know. Either way, really sad that the actor killed himself. You know, hopefully this leads to some kind of public backlash, considering how popular he was. More people will be like, damn, dude, maybe we shouldn't have these crazy draconian laws. That'd be pretty cool, I feel. Who knows? This ain't even new. Well, the death is new. Vosh, are you surprised Mao was completely incompetent and failed at like everything he did? I mean, they industrialized China. They succeeded. That seems to be what the main thing that I'm learning from this is that industrialization must actually be the easiest fucking thing in the world to do because even retards like Mao and Stalin did it, you know? Like, I'm thinking it's like, oh, well, they industrialized the country. That must be very easy, actually, you know? If they managed to do it. It's almost like there are material forces that push a country towards industrialization, almost like a historical materialist force that guides countries in a direction that leads to their development in a material sense, and that you don't actually need genius leadership to do it, you know? And yet Africa can't? Incorrect. Africa has industrialized. I'll have you know that the Western industries that control the extraction machines of their natural resources are heavily industrialized. No. Industrialization happened there. They just weren't allowed to control the industrialization that happened. It's not a racist chatter. It's a valid question, you know? Industrialization was guaranteed to happen in Africa. It just happened asymmetrically. Because the industries... Okay, the industries that a nation relies on for their wealth and development will determine the extent of their industrialization. Wealthy first world countries rely on people being educated because widespread literacy and arithmetic skills and so on are necessary for a modern service economy. But in a country like, I don't know, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, you know, there are many natural resources that need to be extracted there, and those resources are extracted in an industrialized fashion. But because those processes of extraction don't really rely on the education of the population, more so on them just existing, usually they can just be kept as slave labor, you know, that means that the industrialization could be centered purely around the extraction while most people are left to rot, effectively. Is that true, Masagiri? I guess that would make sense. No, I recall that, Escacarva, but that was that in general, you know, China did advance. Now we need to make it a contest, Boblato. The old European man who made the Glock has also died. Really? Oh, shit. Gaston Glock, the man behind the gun, died at age 94. This is, guys, this is a hip-hop icon. I want you all to show some respect. What would hip-hop be without the Glock, okay? Literally John Glock, yes. Forbes estimated him and his family's fortune at 1.1 billion. I'm not going to lie, that's not as much as I thought it would be. Like, this is the Glock, you know? I kind of figured it would be larger. Get yourself a Glock and lose that nickel-plated sissy pistol, Tommy Lee Jones said in the 1998 U.S. Marshals. In what fucking universe is a full metal nickel-plated pistol the sissy gun compared to a plastic mold injection? What, dude? What? You're just saying shit. You're just saying any old shit. You're just saying words right now. What are you talking about? Jesus. U.S. soldiers found toppled Iraqi President Saddam Hussein hiding with a Glock in a hole in the ground in 2003. They later presented that weapon to U.S. President George W. Bush, according to New York Times. That's based, actually. I think this is like a return to tradition thing, where when the enemy leader has fallen, their weapon is presented to your leader, you know? This is just the modern of like their like ornamental saber being taken and given as like a weapon of conquest. Yeah. What's classic is the plastic undetectable pistol myth, I think, from Die Hard 2. Wait, does Die Hard 2 have a scene where they act like a Glock is an all-plastic gun? Like, yeah? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, that's how it gets around metal detectors. The barrel can't be... No, I was watching it earlier. It's ceramic. Oh, okay. It was a ceramic gun. I'm pretty sure you can make all ceramic pistols, though they're not very durable. You can't make an all plastic pistol, though. American Glocks are in Yemen for some reason. Glocks are everywhere. They're probably like literally everywhere. Glock himself rarely responded to criticism from activists, shunned public debate, and in 2000 refused to join other weapons manufacturers in signing a voluntary gun control deal with the U.S. government. At the age of 70 in July 1999, he survived an attempt on his life when an investment broker who managed his assets hired a former wrestler to attack him with a rubber hammer. Okay. Gonna go, yeah, main character shit right here. Jesus Christ. Main character, fucking JoJo ass assassination attempt here. Jesus Christ. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. No, it's 1999, so it would have had to have been like Hulk Hogan, you know? Or so, like some earlier tier. You're gonna pay for all those guns you made, brother. Or some shit with like a gigantic rubber mallet. Okay. He suffered 7 blows to the head, but fended off the assault. Okay. Dwayne the Glock Johnson, yeah. Yeah, if you're a former wrestler and you hit a 70-year-old man 7 times in the head, how the fuck does that guy live? Okay, whatever. People with pistols scare me more than shotguns. Like, pistols feel like they're for people who actually want to use guns. Oh yeah, the only people who actually own and use shotguns are like hunters or farmers and stuff. Even like most rifle use is also hunters. In terms of like committing crimes, the vast majority of people who murder other people are with pistols, because pistols are so easy and quick to use and they can be concealed and blah blah. And then you have like assault rifles or like AR-15 stuff or whatever, which hunters don't tend to use those, but yeah. The Rock was big in 1999, all the way back then? I guess he is like relatively old. Taking L's today, Benjamin. That's when he was first blowing up. Yeah. I've sold a lot of first shotguns. It's just a dumb... I hate shotguns. I just... They're just so... I'm not saying they're like non-functional, whatever. I just, on every level, I just find them like repellent. I don't care for them at all. Are shotguns easier to hit the target with? Not really. That's mostly a video game myth. The spread on a shotgun is not like... It's not like a sawed-off shotgun. You can just like aim in a room and everything in front of you dies or whatever. Like the spread at a close range like home defense situation, like within 30 feet or so, like it's like not that much larger. Like you still basically have to be like the same amount of accurate, I guess. I mean, maybe a little bit less, you know. Skeet shooting sounds fun, though. Yeah, well, I haven't done it, but I'm sure it is. Yeah, birdshot does spread, but that's a different matter entirely. Sure, but not that much. Like, again, we're talking in a room. Like, for home defense, how big is the biggest room? Maybe, like, 30 feet across. I mean, depends on the size of the house. But, like, realistically, it's, like, the greatest possible... Like, the spread is only so much, you know? It's not... Like, you have a pistol. You like, it's... If you're gonna have it... The argument for the shotgun is the stopping power, not for, like, the spread. You know, you don't want to be less accurate. 100 feet? I don't have any rooms in my house that are 100 feet long. But that could just be me. What's your opinion on bullpups? Good meme gun. All right, hold on. Oh, shit. People mad? You have a revolver yet? A revolver was my first gun. What was that? Couldn't have been anything serious because nobody's reacting to it. Well, the official policy of the Javier Milei administration is that anyone participating in these protests, which includes blocking the roads or whatever else, is going to have their state benefits rescinded and possibly face criminal charges, correct? Like, they've basically said they're going to use the police to crack down on anything like this, so... There was police repression today. Warning, Spanish. Thank you. Thank you for the content warning. I really appreciate it.
Estamos viendo un avance de la policía sobre periodistas, porque son todos periodistas.
Esto es Corrientes y Libertad, me parece.
Exactamente,
por la esquina.
sí, sí, sí.
Corrientes y Libertad.
Pero es sobre periodistas, sobre fotógrafos, porque ahí lo que veo son dos medios.
Es lo que decíamos hace más o menos media hora, Galle. Están llevando a la gente a la zona de 9 de julio. 9 de julio y Corrientes. La zona que en teoría la gente no quería ir, no iba a ir, y se jactaron desde el Ministerio de Seguridad de la ciudad diciendo que no lo habían cortado.
That shit's unconstitutional, though. Their anti-protest mandate is inapplicable. I mean, it's the government, right? They can break the law if they want to. Has their executive order been vetoed by the legislature?
Empujando a los manifestantes hacia esa zona.
Acá me están enviando.
We bopping.
El detenido es Martín Brunas. Aparentemente es un dirigente de la CTA, ¿no?
Es parte de la información que hasta acá hay. No hay información oficial sobre el detenido. Sí hay información. Acuérdate cómo empieza este gran operativo. Se lo ve clarito, compañero herido, hasta que...
Digo, a ver, ayúdame a entender.
Van logrando...
Hay periodistas, fotógrafos.
You know, if the protests continue for long enough to the point where the police aren't even able to, like, meaningfully break them up, it's entirely possible that Milei gets ousted from office. It really depends on his popularity, because it seems like... So, one of the things, if you're one of these, like, really big, authoritarian, you know, we're going to promote the interests of the business class and nobody else kind of guys, you have to actually promote the interests of the business class. If you fuck the country up so badly that everyone is worse off for it, you're not going to have many allies. And he already had an incredibly marginal amount of support. You know, like, he doesn't have... There aren't many people in his party who are in government. It's just him, basically. He has to work with the broader conservative majority, and there are limits to the allowed incompetence of a leader. Imagine him getting tossed on his ass. Very amusing. Yeah, no kidding. This is like a booster shot for Argentina. Every once in a while, you have to be reminded that you shouldn't trust people who eulogize free market economics.
Aislar las estaciones de subte donde
a ver, mira, ahí estamos viendo.
iban los manifestantes.
hay personas dentro de un local.
Dentro de un local.
Y quieren ingresar. A ver, van corriendo.
I've seen people joke about how Millet fucks his sister. How true is that? Yeah, I do see people talk about that. He was supported by his maternal grandmother and his younger sister Karina, with whom he had a close bond, who he calls the boss. Is he just close to his sister and people are like, oh, haha, they fuck? Oh, Millet is not married and said that if elected president, he would have his sister take the role of First Lady of Argentina. So did that happen? Apparently, the official title of the First Lady of Argentina is Her Excellency. What the fuck are you? You're just fucking the leader. I'm not calling you Her Excellency, you stupid piece of shit. What are you talking about? Her Excellency. Jesus, for a fucking First Lady? Come on. Yeah, right now she's the General Secretary of the presidency, not the First Lady, because I guess he started dating somebody? Okay. Oh no, it's vacant. Okay, so he didn't bring her on. Okay.
Van corriendo por la vereda los policías. La verdad que es medio como incomprensible este operativo, ¿no? Este mega operativo, porque hay más efectivos que manifestantes. Y ahí vamos en otro lugar donde están en la calle fotógrafos.
Does the First Lady even have any duties? Yeah, probably like once an evening if she's healthy.
Abrieron la puerta en un momento y la gente intentaba quedarse adentro.
Son unos cobardes.
Holy shit, is that fucking Vaush?
Son unos cobardes. Este lío lo está generando la propia policía y Patricia Bullrich. Ellos están generando todo este problema. La gente nunca...
I feel like this is especially pronounced in Argentina. To an extent, this is the case for Latin America broadly. There's something always very strange to me about seeing protests in these countries, because in so many ways, the poor in Argentina or elsewhere, or just like regular people or whatever, they look like they could just be like anywhere in America. You know, there's enough cultural overlap that if you see big crowds of people in Argentina, it's like, oh, that could literally just be like a guy. Whereas if you see big crowds of people in, I don't know, Qatar or Libya, there are enough cultural barriers to go like, okay, yeah, there probably would be, you know, like, okay, yeah, I can tell we're in a different country. But here it's like, yeah, it's just guys, you know? Guys and dudes. They don't look white enough? I was thinking more like clothing. I mean, there are non-white people in America.
Cortó acá. La gente estaba tranquila en la vereda.
Estaba tranquila en la vereda.
¡Que vuelva Cristina acá!
Ustedes, a ver.
A propósito de eso, provocando a la gente.
Ustedes, para entender, vos sos de acá del local.
Yo soy de acá y estos hijos de puta están provocando a la gente. La concha de tu madre.
Hacia la 9 de julio, pasando...
So far, the police aren't acting particularly violent.
Libertad, sentido... Tiene que ver...
Que está pidiendo a la gente que avance.
El orden de represión viene directamente del ministro. Ahora vos fíjate lo que cueste. Es tremendo lo que pasa en la ciudad de Buenos Aires. Es vergonzoso lo que pasa en la ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Gracias. Bueno, mira, mientras tanto, esto que estamos viendo en Corrientes ahora se están alejando por acá por Talcahuano. Es muchísima mayor la cantidad de día. Las detenciones.
Why are they currently nice on our cops? Yeah, it is always nice seeing like an authoritarian regime bust out the police against protesters, and all the police look way more approachable and nice than our police do. I wonder how bad these protests are going to get. Probably pretty fucking bad. I don't know though. So, It makes me wonder what the class character of the Argentinian police are. because my impression is that they would be very bad. But it's also possible there's an angle to this that I'm not getting. A possibility that there are people in the police forces of Argentina who, like, generally have a disposition towards something other than, well, what's going on? I'm not really sure. What's heavier? Wait, it's not heavier. Javier. What's Javier's approval rating? I don't know if we have any yet. It's only been like a couple of weeks. How much do you think the police will side with the protests if the state fucks up enough? Yeah, that's the real question. The state has to fuck up really bad for it to lose control of the police. It's easier to lose control of the military than it is to lose control of the police, because the military is controlled by, you know, the brass, the generals that tend to be powerful enough to have their own interests and allegiances and affiliations, and generals can coup a country. The police can't on their own. So the police tend to be a little bit easier to control than the military. I don't know. I'm not sure. Well, that's life, Dr. Strange James. The police aren't as aggressive as Brazil or in the US. Who is our military loyal to in the US? The Constitution. It sounds schmaltzy, but right now the Pentagon has actually done a pretty excellent job of maintaining a kind of ideological indifference to what's going on in the body politic. You know, that might change in the future, but at the moment, it's not like the Pentagon is controlled by like hardcore Trumpers or anything. If anything, I would actually argue that the Pentagon has a distinctly Democrat bent, mostly because a lot of brass at the Pentagon are like neo-lib to neo-con politically oriented, but they didn't have the same shift towards fascism that the Republican Party did. Most of the GOP shifted to fascism because it was the easiest way for them to maintain their base when Trump became the most popular Republican candidate. But generals aren't elected. They're very well educated. A lot of them are old, and a lot of them have very stiff, uptight attitudes when it comes to like civility and discipline. And these things would probably make them negatively disposed towards Donald Trump. Not the case for all the generals, but, you know, there is a disposition there. Mark Milley said he'd shoot Jan Sixers and call them Nazis. Presume that until things change, make the assumption that everyone in the Pentagon who has any level of power is basically exactly like John McCain, okay? They're all never Trump Republican neocons. That's probably the most accurate assumption that you can make, like dispositionally where they lean on average. I mean, we'll see if it changes, but is a business coup by Trump likely to happen or succeed? Well, he might do a coup. I don't think it would be like the business plot, if that's what you mean. Absolute banger quote by Mark Milley during BLM. Joint Chiefs Chairman General Mark Milley once told Stephen Miller, "Shut the fuck up, Stephen." I like Mark Milley a lot. He is our wokest general. Like, unironically, Mark Milley might actually be left of the average Democrat voter. He almost certainly is, actually. He does seem like a straight shooter. Well, he is the Joint Chiefs Chairman, so I feel like being the Joint Chiefs Chairman does give one a you know, permission to be a straight shooter. You have to be to pass basic training all those years ago, right? Yeah, Arska Karva. It's a very like Enlightenment organization. He retired? Well, he was at the time. This is the new guy. I doubt he's as woke. Charles Q. Brown Jr. This Wikipedia page goes to nowhere. Okay, here we go. Oh, he's of a woke race. The Republicans are already seething. Oh, he only got put in power back at the beginning of October. That is really recent. A fighter pilot, he logged over 3,000 flight hours, including 130 in combat. What the fuck? Wait, where? Gulf War? The generals were delayed, remember? Yeah, because that one guy was holding up, yeah. Fly the entirety of the Gulf War. He's got a goofy-ass smile. He's got a very likable face, I'm sorry. I know he's a chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He's got a goofy smile. Would the current military be capable of preventing a fascist coup? Well, sure, if they chose to. It's the US military. A coup can't really happen without the permission of the military, either by them allowing it to happen or by them, like, aiding in it. Jan 6, though? Well, Jan 6 was over and done with in a few hours. I mean, if you're asking, like the entire military descending on Washington could have prevented that from happening, then yeah, of course. The entire US military descending on anything could prevent anything from happening, you know? The US military can't deploy on American ground, though, right? Well, first of all, DC is a special exemption. I'm pretty sure the military can deploy there, but they need permission from. Wait, isn't it the National Guard can deploy in a state unless the general requests external? There are a lot of complications. I'm pretty sure that it's considered bad manners to invade a state. Okay, you know, if it would be considered bad manners for the Pentagon to invade South Dakota. However, laws stopping them really do have to contend with the fact that it is the U.S. military. The National Guards of Virginia and Maryland were active on Jan 6. Yeah, it makes sense. Also, it is D.C. D.C. has their own rules. D.C. doesn't have a governor. The gubernatorial role of D.C. is filled by Congress, isn't it? In a lot of well, no, wait, that's the state legislature. Who's the governor of D.C.? Would that just be the president, or does the legislature manage the mayor? So it's just folded under a mayor. Okay, gotcha. Mayor of D.C. and then the legislature is Congress. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Make D.C. a state. The GOP would never allow it to happen. I don't know, Ashkeys. What kind of question is that? If all right-wing militias storm DC at once with guns, how long would they be? I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. What are the preset conditions? If there's any, like, military detachment of basically any size present there, then that's it, you know? Like, right-wing militias don't have tanks, is the thing. Which would stop them pretty quickly, I'd say. Yeah. Which would win, a fascist coup or 1,000 ducks? I don't know. How powerful is the coup? Okay. Let me see. SDF spokesperson says U.S. and Russia have green-lighted latest Turkish airstrikes against Rojava. Neat. Where are they getting this information from? Kino Gabriel, the official spokesperson. Hold on. This is not very helpful to me. I don't see anything. Oh shit, you're right. These are all from the last year. This never mind. So I wasn't looking at the year. I was looking at the fucking yeah, okay. I'd like to know how they've determined the US signed off on it, but if they have, it wouldn't be surprising to me. The United States has never been a particularly good ally to the Kurdish people. Still, I want to know more about this before I really talk about it. Iran releases video of Netanyahu's assassination after commander killed. Oh yeah, we talked about this. We talked about this, and my conclusion was that I don't really care. Iran's IRGC released animation video. Netanyahu command center and gets assassinated when a time bomb planted under his desk exploded. Wait, did Iran... So, wait, in response to the assassination, Iran was like, this is a 3D render of what it would look like if we could kill Netanyahu. I guess that's a response. Okay, yeah, okay. I don't think my brain fully processed this title when my eyes glanced over it. Okay, this is what it would look like. I don't want to click, what if it's like TOS or something? I don't know.
צריך לחשוב באופן יסודי על המצור הזה. מלבד רצח הפקידים האלה, שב כי צריך להכין תוכנית מיידית לגבי המרגלים האיראנים שחדרו למערכת הישראלית.
It's anonymous. They're hacking the... Ah, they didn't catch that. That's a real shame. Oh, that's it? This is such a lame move, dude. Like, one of your top brass gets killed by Israel, and in response you're like, here's what it would look like if we killed your guy. It's so dumb. Wow, that'd be the worst security force ever to miss a bomb that huge. Yeah, no kidding. Like, under the desk, really? You missed that? Better than the hospital tunnel rendering? I guess so. Maybe Middle Eastern, like, martial tradition demands bad 3D renders of your opposition. Maybe this is like a warrior's code thing that I don't understand. Yeah, why wouldn't it be a red barrel that exploded? That's like thematically consistent. Ah, yes. I've been seeing this. Yeah, so remember how I've said before that Israel and the United States are probably trying to, like, bully Egypt behind the scenes into taking 2 million Palestinians because the aims of Netanyahu's government are at minimum ethnic cleansing. Like, there was never a chance of them being given back the Gaza Strip after this. That's clearly not what Netanyahu wants. They want all that territory. You don't have to go very far on, like, you know, pro-Israeli social media to find them talking about reconquering the Gaza Strip. It's very obvious that's what the far right in Israel wants. So you either kill all the Palestinians, which is genocide, or you force them into a different territory, which is ethnic cleansing. And, you know, I think the United States is probably going to, like, enable that outcome because that's better for America than just all the Palestinians dying. Netanyahu is reportedly pushing plans to implement migration of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. According to media reports, Netanyahu told his ruling Likud party members on Monday that our problem is the countries that are willing to absorb them, and we are working on it. I love to push for voluntary migration, except we also have to bully countries into taking them. Extremely voluntary, you know? Netanyahu admits he's pushing for the expulsion of Gaza's population under the label voluntary. Jesus Christ. Didn't have breakfast this morning. Voluntary migration. Voluntary isn't the Gaza law. Voluntary. Change the group chat name. Voluntary. Voluntary chat. Voluntary GG. In November, Israeli far-right minister Bezalel Smotrich sparked outrage as he said the voluntary migration of Palestinians from Gaza is the, quote, right humanitarian solution, end quote, for the besieged and war-torn territory. Sociologist Martin Shaw makes a good argument that ethnic cleansing and genocide are the same thing. I think there's a strong argument to be made there, yeah, to be sure. You know, I certainly don't think the concepts are very distinct in a lot of cases. Yeah, guys, I'm sorry. I don't know about this one.
Tensions in the occupied West Bank. As the Israeli-Hamas war rages on miles away, Palestinians in the West Bank are facing more threats from Israeli settlers who seek to push them out. Richard Engel reports.
Remember, guys, this is totally about Hamas. Please ignore the fact that displacements and killings have skyrocketed in the West Bank. Ignore that fact. Hamas isn't there, so it's not happening.
The tiny Palestinian village of Atwani is in the West Bank, where shepherds still tend their flocks in scenes unchanged for centuries. Sami Hourani, whose family has lived here for generations, told me since Hamas's October 7th massacre, Jewish settlers have become far more aggressive in their long campaign to drive Palestinians from this land.
And the idea is just to make your life so hard that you'll leave.
To make the life unlivable, unsustainable, unsafe. Just at some point you will flew away from here.
Sami says the attackers come from Chavat Maon, a Jewish settlement built on occupied Palestinian land. The settlement is illegal under international and Israeli law.
Now they have more.
Yeah, there. In addition to like more and more West Bank Palestinians being killed, there are even reports of like they can't even call the police anymore. Like it used to be the Israeli police would put up some kind of pretense of impartiality by responding to calls from Palestinians or whatever, but now that's not even the case. Now it's just like they're basically just dead and alone. Or you know, the police just actively dispelling Palestinians with the settlers.
More and more authority and more protection to do what they want.
That includes, he says, shooting at Palestinians.
So if you were shot right now, there would be no consequences.
No consequences.
No one would ask.
It didn't take long before we were noticed.
There's a Jeep coming toward us now.
He was dressed like an Israeli soldier, but had no name tag or rank.
That's so cool, dude. I love being a fucking NBC reporter and showing up in the West and just like being there, just like some settler fuck who probably like moved here from Brooklyn like 6 years ago or something, showing up in fatigues with a rifle, going like, yeah, we can shoot you legally. So you better back off.
You want us to leave?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the problem?
Stop the camera. Get in the car now.
Okay.
Just like bark, just what? Can you imagine being in America and going into like a poor part of Detroit where it's mostly black people or something, and then a white guy dressed up completely in like LARPy fatigue military gear just shows up and starts ordering people around? Like and like one of the black kids there is like, yeah, he could shoot you and like nobody would do anything about it. Like he could shoot me, like it doesn't matter. Like that is literally what is happening here. People do that in America. Please do not disrespect the plight of West Bank Palestinians by even remotely suggesting that like this shit happens in America. Come on, get over yourselves.
Get into the car. No, leave it. Get into the car. No.
He needs his
Get into the car now.
He needs his ID to go.
Yes, get into the car now.
Okay.
Like, on what legal authority is this guy doing this? Like, just like a fucking reporter down there, you know? Like, just a guy, like, yeah, oh yeah, sorry, you know, what legal authority? I have a gun. That's my legal authority. I have a gun, I'm Jewish, like, you're not, you don't.
What do you think is going to happen now?
I really don't know. Anything can happen.
Great trigger discipline. Was that sarcasm? Wait, how is he holding the gun? Wait, what? Wait.
Stop the camera. Get into the car.
Wait. Is he just like holding it like with gravity? Wait. He's not even holding the grip. Oh, I'm sorry. What? I'm sorry. I'm not a military guy. Is this some like highly tactical method of holding a gun that I'm not aware of, where you like grab the... Okay. It looks fucked up to me, but all right. Because I've seen a lot of soldiers hold rifles at ready, and they tend to hold it in a very specific way, because that's the way I know how to hold guns, and he's just holding... Okay.
ID to go.
Yes, get into the car now.
Okay. What do you think is going to happen now?
I really don't know. Anything can happen. Now we will see.
We left without further incident. Sammy shared with us other videos.
Cool.
Appearing to show settlers attacking his neighbors.
That's so cool.
The Israeli government responded in a statement, saying in part it has zero tolerance for citizens taking the law into their own hands, and that most of the so-called settlers are law-abiding citizens.
Total bullshit. This would be the same as like the governor of Mississippi back in like 1832 going, I know the good old boys in my community would never do anything wrong. You know, like it's like they fully know, they don't care. They're just lying because they can. They don't give a shit.
The vast majority of violence that's committed by settlers goes absolutely undocumented, unaccounted for.
Eliana Boswell is a Jewish American activist documenting violence against Palestinians in the West Bank.
Careful, they'll kill you too.
Does the Israeli government support this movement?
Absolutely. I think it's essential to understand that the settler movement and the Israeli government are deeply enmeshed and intertwined.
The settlers are not hiding their goal of full Jewish control of the West Bank and Gaza Strip.
No, yeah, it's pretty unambiguous, and the government fully supports it. It's, again, like, this is why the Israeli government insists all the time you focus on Hamas, 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 because they want you to look away from the West Bank, where their genocidal intentions are perfectly fucking clear, you know? Yeah, they were literally passing out guns to settlers in the West Bank. In the West Bank, where Hamas isn't, after October 7th, they were like, yep, it's hunting season. And yeah, Ben-Gvir announced a plan to arm civilian security teams in towns near the country's borders. Purchasing 10,000 rifles to arm civilian security teams, especially those towns, as well as mix Jewish Arab cities and West Bank settlements. I mean, Hamas isn't there. Why do this, you know? The gun and the equipment that you guys saw this guy in, almost certainly given to him within the past 2 months. Not an exaggeration. No wonder he's holding it like that.
Essential to understand that the settler movement and the Israeli government are deeply enmeshed and intertwined.
The settlers are not hiding their goal of full Jewish control of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. and believe October 7th was a turning point. Daniela Weiss is a leader of the settler movement.
I'm kind of avoiding to process all the info on this war for my mental well-being, but at this point, how many countries actually support Israel with shit like this? Not many countries directly support Israel, but in terms of countries supporting what's happening in the West Bank, the answer is like, none? Even the United States doesn't like to talk about it. Like, we defend Israel for geopolitical reasons, but basically no countries are actually willing to actively acknowledge and defend what's happening in the West Bank. You know, it's more like we put up with it because there are other reasons. Their behavior is pretty like internationally regarded as monstrous. You know, the most the United States will do is basically say like hands off other people, but not really defend. Even Biden has started sanctioning settlers. Yeah. Even the Biden administration has said like they want to like privately sanction West Bank settlers who engage in internationally illegal behavior. Update: Israel did a massive raid and shooting in Bethlehem's Palestinian community 2 days ago. Well, yeah, obviously. Why would they not raid Bethlehem on Christmas Day? Like it's too good to pass up.
We are not going to give sovereignty, national independence to Arab.
Wait, is this the chick? Is this the same one? It's her. This is the insane. This is the fucking Nazi. Yeah, the extreme. Yeah, it's her. Yeah. So wow, so she's not even getting like she's on fucking NBC billing. Yeah. This is the absolute fucking psychopath who's going straight to hell. Yeah, the demon.
Arabs in the Jewish land. I make it as clear as possible. Enough is enough. No patience, no forgiveness, no consideration.
Honestly, it's probably a good thing that they're having her on here. I mean, this is like NBC News meant for Americans, and to represent the pro-settler side rather than having some like slimy, disingenuous, like Likud advocate or whatever, they have a fucking like this Nazi bitch come on. You know, it makes it a lot harder for them to pretend that they aren't evil.
Out.
Deliberately expelling an entire people from their homeland is a war crime.
Because they deliberately killed my friends. They massacred my friends, and this is the way I react.
She's lying. She's been a Israeli settler for decades, long before October 7th or anything else. This is just a lie. Her motivations, which she has stated publicly, have nothing to do with like any specific death or attack or whatever else. And she knows it. She's lying. She's a Nazi.
I'm full with pain for my people.
Totally disingenuous,
so
inhuman demon. Doesn't feel real feelings. Not
Richard
a person.
Engel,
Evil,
NBC News,
hateful,
in the West
Nazi,
Bank.
monster.
Finally, a Holocaust.
Can't believe they gave her the last word. Yeah, she was smiling when she said it too. She knows she's lying. She doesn't give a fuck. Do you think she's just a self-hating Jew? Why would she be a self-hating Jew? She's not self-hating at all. She hates other people. She's a Jewish supremacist. She's one of those Jews who actually believe they are God's chosen people. Yeah, well, like all fascists, the ethno-supremacist tendencies would eventually turn more inward. If she could even get Greater Judea, you know, her next turn would be she would probably go after, like, non-Jewish Israelis who are not Arab, you know? And then after that, it would be, like, whichever Israeli group she prefers, or whichever Jewish group she thinks is more Jewish or whatever. Yeah, she is, like, the Zionist. She's Jane Zionism, you know? Yeah, she did endless autism. Please cover Sauger interviewing Tucker. It's 32 minutes. I don't like doing Tucker stuff. He doesn't even make affirmative statements. He just asks like stupid rhetorical questions. It's very uninteresting. Please do. Every time I cover Tucker Carlson, everyone in chat agrees with me. After 5 minutes, they're like, "Wow, this guy's really boring and just infuriating to listen to," because there's not even anything to debunk because he doesn't even say shit. He just like implies. It's worth it to attack Sagar, not Tucker. Why would I? How would I attack him over anything that like it's an interview? Tucker sounds off on Ben Shapiro, Israel's free speech and UFOs. Fun fact, Sagar is pro-Israel. I always thought that was interesting, yeah. It's about breaking points even as subreddit is turning on him. Over what? They've been Tucker simps forever. How is the subreddit turning on them? Because there's a 0 upvoted post saying, "Well, I'm out." Been supporting breaking points from the beginning. After these latest interview episodes, though, I'm done. Sagar let Tucker sit there and lie through his teeth without calling him out a single time. They've been simping for Tucker Carlson the entire with no changes, and Sagar does that as well. What? Crystal's solo convo with Norm. I'd be more interested in Crystal and Norm Finkelstein than I would Sagar and Tucker.
Joining me now is somebody who needs no introduction, Tucker Carlson, founder of the Tucker Carlson Network. Tucker, it's great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining me.
That's why they call it
thanks for having me, Sagar. Thank you. Absolutely. I owe my entire career to this man, and I always say that to anybody who will listen. So I appreciate you very much, and especially, though, about what you're doing now. You've launched this new company, the Tucker Carlson Network. You're free of cable news, I think, for the first time.
Like, this is literally just going to be 32 minutes of him adoringly slurping Tucker Carlson's knob in the hopes of getting, like, future collaboration work now that Tucker Carlson's independent from Fox News. Like, there's nothing here is going to be remotely interesting to go over.
What, in decades?
You, and then they will choose not to watch you, and that's and the number.
The entire kind of right-wing
of hatred. Well, whatever.
I'm bored already. Where's the Crystal Norm Finkelstein interview? That sounds way more interesting to me. Here we go. Norm Finkelstein unleashed BB RFK Jr. Bill Maher. Wow, people really like Norm Finkelstein. Okay, I'll admit.
Very pleased to be joined.
I don't think I've ever covered anything from Norm, but the impression that I've gotten from him is that he's very untrustworthy, in large part because he seemed to be doing like anti-Israel advocacy in a conversation with what's her name? Candace Owens. Yeah. Also, I saw that he was going to debate Destiny, and to be honest with you, like, Destiny, I'm sure, from the tiny clips I've seen, has been a fucking retard on the Israel-Palestine genocide. But I saw Norm, like, Twitter posts saying, like, Destiny didn't show up to a debate. And that's not... Of all the problems Destiny has as a person, of the innumerable issues, an unwillingness to, or an aversion to debate is not one of them. And then I looked more into it, and apparently it was Finkelstein failed to communicate the date properly or something. So, like, so what is that? Is this guy like a clown? Like, is he just doing a bit? He's a huge hack. He's made up an insane amount of shit he put in his books. Man, it really is crazy how every retard who's anti-Israel for any reason is getting so much, like, attention right now, you know? He's a gooner? Well, if he was, I'd respect it more. Oh, shit! Sagar's doing the gooner stare. Wait, he's literally doing the Coomer face right here. Do you see it? This is literally the Coomer grin. This guy's constantly sucked off by Squirrel. Well, Squirrel's a retard, so it's not surprising to me. I can't watch this because Bill Maher's thing is probably copyright, right?
Very pleased to be joined once again by Professor Norm Finkelstein. He is an author. He is
Finkelstein is violently transphobic too. Nice. Destiny debated Cenk in Israel. I saw that because I hosted Lonerbox when Lonerbox was covering the Destiny Cenk debate, and I saw 1 minute of it, and all I saw was Destiny make a factual error by underestimating by 1/3 the number of IDF people who were killed by Hamas on October 7th. It's the only thing I saw. I don't know if it's indicative of how the broader debate went, but it was very personally satisfying for me that the 1 nanosecond that I watched was him making a mistake and then being corrected on it by Cenk. No, there was a new debate a few days ago. They debated again? Why? What wasn't settled the first time? It's not like I'm a Cenk stan. Also, why does Finkelstein look like this?
an activist. He is a political scientist, author of many books, including Gaza and Inquest.
He has gone off the rails full Zionist. He's not an actual Zionist. He sees lefties online rallying behind pro-Palestinian support, and he's been negatively polarized in the opposite position. This happens every time. They're not sincere beliefs. Under a different set of contexts, he would shift to a different set. He doesn't actually care, and it doesn't matter. It's such a waste of time to engage with it. It's like shadow boxing empty men, you know? It's like talking with that fucking what's his name? The guy I debated, the guy who was like, Orthodox is different from Catholicism because it's better, and I can't tell you how. That guy. Big Papa Fashion. That guy. Yeah. It's like, you know, say whatever, it'll shift, it doesn't matter. Make hyperbolic statement, then when other people call it out, defend Mott and Bailey back to a more sensible position, like find weak points in a person's argument that allow you to avoid the broader points being like it's the same. It's always the same. It's uninteresting. It's boring. Maybe Finkelstein is more interesting.
Into martyrdom. Great to see you again, sir.
Thank you for having me.
So I wanted to start with, I know there were a few interviews recently, including one that occurred on our program.
Misspoke. I never do that.
Caught
Interview
your
over.
interest, and that contained some inaccuracies or claims that you thought were worth responding to. And so the first one that I wanted to get you to take a look at was a recent monologue from Bill Maher. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
But eventually, everybody comes to an
trying
accommodation.
to avoid.
Except the Palestinians.
Oh, this is from that previous video. Was a clip from this. Okay, well, I don't want to get copyrighted.
Was it unjust that even a single Arab family was forced to move upon the founding of the Jewish state? Yes. But it's also not rare. And no one knows more about being pushed off land than the Jews, including being almost wholly kicked out of every Arab country they once lived in. Yes, TikTok fans, ethnic cleansing happened both ways. In Fiddler on the Roof.
Who the fuck denies that Jewish people have been ethnically cleansed? Is that true? Who are we arguing against? The person who's like, oh, you're ethnically cleansing Palestinians. Did you know what happened to Jews? Okay, that was bad too. Can you stop doing it again? What are you talking about?
The family is always moving to stay one step ahead of the Cossacks, but they deal with it. When they're leaving Anatevka,
how long is this clip?
Hey, it wasn't so great anyway. Nobody was a bigger colonizer than the Muslim army that swept out of the Arabian desert.
Bro, you think Israel's doing colonization now? Did you know that back in 632, you know, like during the fucking Romans were at, did you know that 1.5 millennia ago they took northern Africa? Oh, gee, I didn't know that. Thank you, Bill Maher. Thank you. These are the arguments that Finkelstein is getting accolades for attacking. Like this is the like insurmountable fucking intellectual juggernaut that Finkelstein is going to get credit. Dude, bring me on. Suck my dick. Bring me on shows. Show me like, I don't know, Lego creations made by 6-year-olds. I'll tear right the fuck into them. Give me a crayon drawing mounted on a fridge that was made by a kindergartner. I'll outdraw the fuck out of that. Give me accolades. I want money. Give me money.
Took over much of the world in a single century, and they didn't do it by asking. There's a reason Saudi Arabia's flag is a sword.
Damn, that's That's why they made Saudi Arabia's flag a sword, because in 1632 or whatever, they took northern Africa, as opposed to how other empires gained territory back in 1632. By the way, all other imperial conquests back in those days done by diplomacy. It was purely the Muslims who thought to employ violence. Oh, 632. Sorry, I apologize. I'm not used to, like, talking about events in the past that are before 1000 AD. I just defaulted to say, it's like my brain can't comprehend the idea of being that far back, you know?
Arafat was offered 95% of the West Bank and said no. The Palestinian people should know, your leaders and the useful idiots...
I'm going to have Ryan Grimm on soon, by the way. Because I wanted to talk to him about the history of Palestinian statehood and offers made by Israel. Because Ryan Grimm was making the argument that Israel has never offered proper statehood to the Palestinian people, and a bunch of people said, you're wrong, they did this time, they did that time. But Ryan Grimm seems like a smart and sensible fellow, so I wanted to have him on to talk with him directly.
On college campuses who are their allies are not doing you any favors by keeping alive the river to the sea myth. I mean, where do you think Israel is going? Spoiler alert.
Wait, myth? It's not a myth, it's a slogan, it's a saying. What do you mean myth?
Nowhere.
So the sort of core of the point he is making.
Wait, I'm not even interested in watching Finkelstein debunk this. It's just there's nothing there.
Jews got kicked out of a lot of countries too, and it's effectively time for Palestinians to get over it and move on.
Like what? Like I don't even care. No, fuck this. No, fuck this. No. I want to see what he's actually like. Piers Morgan.
2 decades since my next two guests agreed to debate one another.
Every time Israel kills a civilian, the world condemns them, and the United Nations condemns them. And then...
This guy's like 5 million years old. I just want to see an argument from Norm Finkelstein. Why does he look like this? He looks like a fucking Vulcan from Star Trek. He looks exactly like one. Oh my God.
Israel, before Israel fired a single shot, which makes it clear that no matter what Israel does, it's going to be condemned by people like Norman Finkelstein and by the United Nations General Assembly. I think it was Avi Eban who once said, if the General Assembly were asked to vote on an Algerian resolution that the earth is flat and that Israel flattened it, it would win 128 to 32 with 65 abstentions, and he would name each of the...
Well, I won't address the question of my remarks on October 7th because we already went over that ground in the previous program, and so it would be a waste of your viewers' time if I were to revisit that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
So let me deal with the Yeah, thank you. So let's deal with the substantive issue. Number one, what you seem to be describing...
Was Dershowitz on Epstein Island, this guy? I can't imagine looking like this, by the way. This is insane. This guy literally looks like a Wojak. Like, he looks like old Chudjak.
As a new development.
He was also O.J. Simpson's lawyer.
Namely, Israel's indiscriminate assaults in Gaza. That's hardly a new development, with all due respect to you.
I've lost the sound.
Israel from...
He just said, I've lost sound. Maybe he just went deaf in one ear.
Of Gaza. I think your listeners understand what is the consequence of denying a civilian population.
This is on 1.2 times speed. This is insane. I can't believe this. I can't make me the anti-Israel guy, okay? I promise you I have less baggage than any of these geriatric fucks. I can't... Oh my God.
And wow, this is going to be the last episode before I go on maternity leave. You're going to miss me. I'm going to miss you. It's been a renewed...
Or browbeat. Started out, you can say beginning 1982, so it's more than 4 decades. researching, studying the Israel-Palestine conflict.
1.4 times.
And it's my conclusion at the end of that research, but already early on, that the case that Israel makes for its crimes are in large part fabrications, misrepresentations, and distortions. And on the other hand, the Palestinian case is very strongly supported by the evidence. And when I speak about evidence, I'm not talking about what Hamas
1.5
says
times.
any more than when I speak about Israel. I care much about what the government says. If you're serious about these sorts of things, the first thing you do is you try to search out sources which have a certain amount of credibility. So when it comes to the Israel-Palestine conflict, let's say the human rights dimension, you look at what respected human rights organizations have to say. Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, the B'Tselem, the main Israeli...
I'm sorry, I can't do this. This is one of the reasons why it's like, you know, people will be like, hey, can you cover this? And it's like an hour video or something, and it's boring as fuck to watch. I don't even know how I got here. The Tucker Carlson thing is boring. The Norm Finkelstein thing is boring. And then it's like, oh, Norm Finkelstein, you titan, you genius, you big-brained, high IQ fucking man. Take down this brilliant argument from this colossal, this titan of thought, Bill Maher, this guy who's definitely not, you know, a fucking retard trapped in the body of a combo, like, reactionary talk show host and stand-up comedian. But, oh, man, the Bill Maher takedown guy. And then I watch this, and it's... Where's the controversy? What, he's going to talk like this the whole time? Why is he so fucking slow? I'd rather go over his Wikipedia page, which I'm going to do now. What's the deal? You took your ADHD med. It's not an ADHD med thing. I can see when people leave the stream. You know that, right? You think after 5 years I don't have an idea of what people find boring? Academic shit denied Israel in 2008. Suspicious hostile elements in Lebanon. That's it. That's all the controversy section. Academic and denying entrance to Israel. Criticism. Finkelstein's views on terrorism and targeting civilians are ambiguous. In an interview with Emmanuel Stokes, he answered the question, quote, do you unequivocally condemn Palestinian attacks against innocent civilians as follows. It is impossible to justify terrorism, which is the target of civilians to achieve political goal, but it is also difficult to make categorical statements of the kind you suggest. I do believe Hezbollah has the right to target Israeli citizens if Israel persists in targeting civilians until Israel ceases its terrorist acts. This is correct. Wait, there's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, obviously. Any military engagement, either directed by a state or through terrorism, is going to implicate, you know, and potentially terrorize civilians. That's not surprising. Targeting civilians is okay? I mean, it depends on what you mean by targeting civilians. Do you mean like attacking Israel? Because that'll kill civilians, yeah. That's not targeting civilians? Okay, then it depends on what you mean by targeting of civilians. I mean, it says attacks against innocent civilians. Yeah, by that I interpreted it as like rocket attacks against Israel or whatever else. Do we mean like deliberately avoiding military installations or just like general shelling? Because Israel does that to Lebanon. Finkelstein says Hamas and Hezbollah have the right to defend their countries from what he sees as Israeli aggression, and that both Israel and Hamas are guilty of targeting civilians. Israel, he claims, indiscriminately kills Palestinians, which he says is the same thing as targeting civilians. I think I agree with that. Yeah, I do. A lot of the civilians who died to Russia's attack on Ukraine were not directly targeted. Russia just didn't give a fuck and would indiscriminately shell entire cities, you know? There's an equivalence between these groups and Israel, he argues. If Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, if you want to make that claim, I won't argue with you as long as you say further that Israel is a terrorist organization by probably at least 25-fold greater. Yeah, this is true. So essentially his argument is just like, it's unfair to call Hamas and Hezbollah what you won't call the state of Israel. Of the 2023 Hamas attack in Israel, Finkelstein wrote, for the past 20 years, the people of Gaza, half of whom are children, have been immured in a concentration camp. Today, they breach the camp's walls. If we honor John Brown's armed resistance to slavery, if we honor the Jews who revolted in the Warsaw Ghetto, then moral consistency commands that we honor the heroic resistance of Gaza. This, I think, is dumb. I, for one, will never begrudge. On the contrary, it warms every fiber of my soul. The scenes of Gaza's smiling children as their arrogant Jewish supremacist oppressors have finally been humbled. Yeah, this is dumb and weird. This is LARPy. The scenes of Gaza's smiling children as their arrogant Jewish supremacist oppressors have finally been humbled. Yeah, no, this is a total misrepresentation of Hamas as like a liberatory force. That's very dumb. Yeah. He hates Israel, simple as. Well, that's fine. Finkelstein has expressed solidarity with Hezbollah with respect to defensive actions. I was, of course, happy to meet the Hezbollah people because it is a point of view that is rarely heard in the U.S. I have no problem saying that I do want to express solidarity with them, but I'm not going to be a coward or a hypocrite about it. He says Hezbollah has a serious leadership whose commitment is matched by its intelligence and its incorruptibility, and expressed admiration for its Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. He believes the 2006 Israel-Hezbollah war demonstrated how to defeat Israel using guerrilla warfare. Hezbollah's militant superior discipline gave them an edge against Israel's army, Finkelstein argues. I don't know enough about the 2006 war to really comment on this. Finkelstein argues that one of Israel's primary motives for the 2008 offensive in Gaza was that Hamas was, quote, signaling that it wanted a diplomatic settlement of the conflict along the June 1967 border. He believes Hamas has joined the international community in, quote, seeking a diplomatic settlement, and has called Hamas's stance towards Israel before the war a peace offensive. Hamas has at points said that it would accept a diplomatic settlement if they were like returned to these borders, I'm pretty sure. So that's not necessarily incorrect. I don't know if I like the term peace offensive. That's pretty stupid. Sort of misleading euphemism. Hamas has said they would accept the 1967 borders as a temporary thing for a few decades, but overall they want all of Israel. I mean, that's more than Israel's willing to do, right? Even accept a temporary like secession. I guess it's difficult to like, it's very difficult to critique Hamas for a lack of diplomatic vigor when Israel has indicated they're unwilling to engage in good faith on the subject at pretty much every level, you know? I don't know how long any group could be expected to like play at diplomacy when the goal of your opposition is pretty clearly to just eliminate or displace your entire people. That being said, Hamas isn't like moderate or whatever. Any diplomatic solution with them would, you know, it wouldn't be like Hamas would be like super good faith actors or whatever. He supports a two-state solution. He doesn't like the BDS movement. Wait, on the Charlie Hebdo shootings, hold on. The shooters of the Charlie Hebdo shooting on January 7th, 2015, Finkelstein commented 2 weeks later, so two despairing and desperate young men act out their despair and desperation against this political pornography no different than Der Stürmer, who in the midst of all this death and destruction decide it's somehow noble to degrade, demean, humiliate, and insult the people. I'm sorry, maybe it is very politically incorrect. I have no sympathy for the staff of Charlie Hebdo. Should they have been killed? Of course not. But of course, Stryker shouldn't have been hung. I don't hear that from many people. Pretty wacky take. They were literally Al-Qaeda, for fuck's sake. Well, Al-Qaeda were a liberationist force, you know. He called Holocaust denier and fake historian David Irving a very good historian. Ah, damn, in July 2020 as well. Holy shit. Finding insufficient the evidence of Richard J. Evans as the expert witness in Irving's unsuccessful libel action in 2000 against Deborah Lipstadt, who had labeled Irving a Holocaust denier, Finkelstein said Irving had, quote, produced works that are substantive. If you don't like it, don't read it. In the case of Irving, he knew a thing or two or three. Okay, Finkelstein, what did Irving produce that was to you of merit? Out of curiosity. Like, I'm not saying it's impossible for a Holocaust denier to also produce something worth reading. Like, it's not likely, but it's possible. But I'm curious what he produced that you find compelling. Vosh Charlie Hebdo isn't Islamophobic, it's just militantly secular. Yeah, I don't like the comparison between Charlie Hebdo and Der Stürmer for pretty obvious reasons. In October 2020, Finkelstein published an extract from his forthcoming book, Cancel Culture, Academic Freedom and Me, on his website following the banning of Holocaust denial from Facebook and Twitter. According to Finkelstein, quote, Holocaust denial should be taught in university and preferably by a Holocaust denier as a means to inoculate students against it. He states, if one is committed to the purity of truth, not just in wholeness but in its parts, then a Holocaust denier performs the useful function of ferreting out local errors precisely because he is a devil's advocate that is fanatically committed to unmasking the hoax of the 20th century. Really wondering about this guy's intentions. Is this guy just contrarian? I mean, he's probably just an anti-Semite. Dude, I fucking hate... Every person who is getting big numbers right now off of being pro-Palestinian is just an anti-Semite. What the fuck? Look up if he's Jewish. His name is Finkelstein. His parents were Holocaust survivors? Okay.
Information Center for the Occupied Territories. You look at what the evidence shows, not based on biased sources or naturally biased sources, but on the available evidence. And I tried to be a strict adherent of the two principles of truth and justice, and that's where I landed. And I think that's frankly where most of the world has landed. And it's also, incidentally, but not trivially, it's where a large part of the young Jewish population has landed. If you go to the demonstration...
It is possible, however unlikely, that he's not really an anti-Semite. He's just incredibly negatively polarized against Zionism, and that's led him to a bunch of contrary positions. For example, he sees like every pro-Muslim cause as like innately more legitimate than I might, like the Charlie Hebdo shit, or like Hezbollah or Hamas or whatever else. Or he's like with stuff like Holocaust denial, he doesn't... he's not a Holocaust denier, but he's like, he sees laws against Holocaust denial being like an instrument of protecting Zionism or whatever. It's possible, but I don't know, man. That's a lot of coincidences. I don't think it's 0.002% covert NATO bot, but it's definitely not, it's not very likely. It's probably a blend of both, to be honest. What was the Charlie Hebdo shit? I actually forget what those comics were. How bad were they? They're fine. Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I will say that I'm gonna get real Islamophobic for a second here, okay? Western leftists have to stop coddling far-right reactionary theocratic Muslim hysteria, okay? If you can do an art piece where the Bible and the crucifix are in a vat of piss, you can post images of the Prophet Muhammad. Like, fuck off. Quit pretending that, like, Muslims getting hyper-reactionary and militant over religious offense against them is any meaningfully different from doing the same against Christians. The big difference being that in our largely Christian, mostly secular countries, you can legally do that against Christians, but in, like, Muslim majority countries, you cannot legally do that against, like, Muhammad or whatever. Like, let's be real here, okay? My whole argument with allowing 2015 Syrian refugees in is that, like, culturally conservative Muslim refugees will eventually, like, acclimate and reach sort of, like, median Western values as immigrants, and that doesn't really work if you're giving them permission to fucking kill people because they posted pictures of the Prophet Muhammad. Like, that does the opposite. At that point, you are importing theocratic conservatism. Like, fuck that, you know? Yeah, in a way it comes across as kind of fucking racist. Like, are you really telling me that Muslims are so fragile that you actually need to abide by their religious law? Who gives a fuck if you disrespect their religion? Disrespect every... I don't give a fuck. Disrespect every religion. I don't give a shit. Sure. What, like, are you really suggesting, like, there's some innate... It just... Yeah, I don't know. Don't like that shit at all. Yeah, Reddit atheists, rise up. Rise up. The Charlie Hebdo terrorists were foreign fighters, not immigrants. I don't remember the details of who did it, but, like, basic premise stands, you know. I hate this fake progressivism which asserts we have to be tolerant even in the face of Islamism. Islamism? Yeah. Like, no, fuck off. You don't have to be tolerant in the face of that or any kind of, like, Christian imperialism either. You know, you don't have to. Or, like, Zionism. We're seeing it right now. Like, hey, you know, sort of theocratically justified reactionary religious tendencies are pretty bad regardless of which religion are actually, you know, is actually fronting the cause. It doesn't matter. It's... No, Garrett Main, and I saw it the first few times.
Now, the ones that have garnered the headlines, say the one in Grand Central Station, was overwhelmingly Jewish. It was organized by Jewish organizations. Young people, mostly, but not entirely. The Statue of Liberty demonstration, again, it was Jewish young people who organized the demonstration. So this idea that it's somehow polarized ethnically is belied by the facts. Now, I will wholeheartedly admit that when I first started out, we were a handful of people, Jews, who opposed what Israel is doing. But the spectrum has radically changed in recent years.
Speed.
I'm just one among a large number, a sea of Jews who oppose what's going on, not because they're self-hating, not because they're indifferent to the fate of Israelis, but because the evidence is overwhelming. And it's impossible. You started out by saying you're not knowledgeable about the topic.
Oh, wait, 1.3.
Fair enough.
I'm
there
sorry.
are 10,000 topics I'm not knowledgeable about, and where you have much more knowledge. I'm quite certain of that. But this is not a particularly complicated situation right now. The Israeli government is openly, unabashedly, flagrantly, blatantly, it's declared a war of genocide on the people of Gaza. That's not exaggerated language. The Prime Minister of Israel said in a speech which has been reproduced everywhere, he said, this is a war against Amalek, referring to the Old Testament. And what's a war against Amalek? Well, just open up the Old Testament. It obliges Israel to kill every man, woman, and child. That's what it means to invoke a war against Amalek. Can there be any doubt? Now, I mean this seriously. Can there be any doubt
I just want to see
in the
her
minds
respond.
of any objective observer when Israel declares a policy of prohibiting any food, water, fuel, or electricity from entering Gaza, if that's their declared policy. Now, I know that you're an expectant mother, so bear in mind what that means to you. Now, Ms. Owens, I'm not sure if you are aware that 1/2 of the population of Gaza, its total population is 2.3 million, about 1.15 million are children. They're like the child that you have and the child that you are expecting. Now, some people will say, I'm playing on people's emotions, but I do not believe that you as a mother would say it's manipulative, it's demagogic for me to say it is not.
This is torture. Why are you doing this to us? Oh, I thought this was just my ADHD brain. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that I have no ability to distinguish whether or not a video is going to be boring. And people in chat are like, oh, he can't handle, like, Vosh is so lazy now. He won't even cover longer videos. The longer video in question. Jesus fucking Christ. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I really wish I had a pinstripe suit. Holy shit. Oh my god. I can't do it. Get us out. We need to finish the other segments that I can't. What was that segment? Was that even a segment? I don't know. I can't fucking do it. I can't do it, man. I can't. Can't fucking do it. I saw the most gorgeous pinstripe suit that was being flexed by somebody who got it made bespoke. Let me see if I can find it in my likes. So I don't think I bookmarked it. I would never have a reason to wear a pinstripe suit. There it is. But the idea of wearing one with like a big yellow shirt with a flared collar or something. Oh my god. Like it would have more chest space, like outer lapels, and then the shirt collar would come over the edges the way Candace Owens do, like that. Oh my god, that'd be so cool. I'd be so goddamn powerful. Be unstoppable. I'd be like that guy from fucking Jujutsu Kaisen. My pleasure, Hillbilly Powwow. There you go. All right. The Black Lives Memorial Garden is being demolished right now. Eh? It's in Seattle? Yeah, I mean, I recognize it. About 24 cops showed up earlier this morning to clear out the garden. Parks Department contractors erected a fence perimeter around the whole area, presumably to protect city workers. Activists say they did not have the numbers to sufficiently resist. Do I care about this? I always thought that having, like, dedicated BLM memorials and gardens and stuff was a pretty stupid idea. Like, it's a movement. You're really going to have, like, an indefinite bit of city land dedicated to, like, a temporal... Like, you have no idea how that stuff develops. Also, like, black people don't need gardens. They need policy. This is it? I guess. I'm sorry. This is literally like a tent camp with a little like fenced off dying plot of tomato plants in the middle. I don't know. Of course, them clearing this also means clearing the homeless, so there's that. Probably not a great look for the Black Lives Matter movement that, you know, its areas being used as a tent city anyway. Why is it so small? Because I think it's just like, just some people tending to it. I don't even know if it's like an official thing or whatever. It might be, it's possible it's being done without like the city's permission even? I don't know. Let's see. Where is this? Seattle. Seattle's plan to remove Cal Anderson Park's BLM garden draws pushback. It was planted in Cal Anderson Park as part of 2020's BLM protests, but the group that stewards the garden, Black Star Farmers, is rallying community members to save it. Okay, I'm gonna sound really callous here, to be honest with you. I just like, what's saving here? It's literally like, so it wasn't even like city official. It was just like during the thing. You just wanted a community garden. Like, let's not pretend this is some kind of like broader protest thing. Would it be better if they upgraded it to an official thing though? I don't know. I'm kind of on community gardens. You need a few of them, but like this park? I mean, something has to be done with it. Well, it depends on whether they're going to do something with it, Tapsturg. Maybe there have been complaints. It is in an existing park. Back to parking lot. Well, it's in a park. You can see the park here. See? Community gardens look nice. Yeah, if they're done well. The Parks Department says the BLM Memorial Garden must be removed to support larger community use of the park, which was part of the Capitol Hill organized protest zone. The Black Star Farmer says the garden honors Black and Indigenous people killed by police and speaks to Seattle's history of occupation protests led by porn. The garden has also been a source of joy and healing for many Capitol Hill community members, including renters without much access to green space, the group said. Most of the plants there are perennial native plants that have been thriving for years. The garden provides free food and herbal medicine, the group said. Dude, this is the shit that makes me hate your fucking... First of all, free food. Do you have any idea how little food is produced by this community? Do you have any... No, what? This isn't enough to feed a single person, okay? Come on. Herbal medicine? Come on. Stop. There is no disease a person is getting that it would be easier to spend months tending to a plot of land to get some like hippie herb shit to rub on your fucking skin as opposed to the $2 you could get the medicine for at the fucking drugstore, okay? Stop pretending. Just say you want a community garden. The only legitimate like point here is source of joy and healing, provides access to green space. That's valid. Don't pollute your fucking advocacy with this hippie bullshit. Dog, this is a shit take. It's not enough for everyone, so it's worthless. Are you kidding? Are you really going to pretend that the fact that you aren't producing enough food for a single person isn't a good argument against a community garden being advocated for on the basis that it provides food? Don't use it as your argument, okay? Nobody gets their food from fucking community gardens, all right? No, you couldn't, Mistress Lynn. For an entire year, constantly, year-round? This doesn't provide enough food for anyone. This is like maybe once or twice a month. Homeless people do, lol. No, they don't! Homeless people do not get their food from community gardens. No, it's not. That's not true. That is not where their food comes from. I get food from community gardens. What the fuck are you talking about, Vosh? Oh my god, I'm not going to fucking argue against your lived experience. There's plenty of math out there on how much food is actually produced by these. You getting like a carrot from them once a month does not mean that this is some kind of active food space. This is one of the things that infuriates me about like it's like the anarchist tradition of impracticality. Like there's some necessary mandate of worthlessness you have to fulfill in order to be one. Where it's like, yeah, in the future, everyone will have like plots of like gardens on their roofs and in their backyard or whatever. Why? Why should we subject ourselves to inefficiently produced food? You're producing nothing. Your little fucking tomato garden is producing nothing. Your tiny tomatoes can't sustain anyone. Why? Why should all that land that could be used for housing? This feels slightly anprim. People devolve into anprims like the nanosecond stuff like this comes up. Just say you like having a community garden because it's a good community space. That's fine. Don't pretend that it's like a sustenance thing or whatever. Land costs money. This is a city with a housing crisis, okay? Don't pretend you like I like the connection to nature aspect. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. That's valid. You're boxing with ghosts. 5 messages above you is somebody saying that community gardens provide a supplement for people who need free food, which is a very different claim to people get their food from here. Like, you could say anything is a supplement for free food. Like, anything that provides 1 ounce of food is a supplement for people who need free food. Like, that's not really an argument for the space. Community gardens take up way less space than zoning, to be fair. Everything is zoned. What do you mean? This is zoned as a park. I just hate the LARPy justifications. Just say it's for community beautification or something. It's here to honor Black and Indigenous people killed by police. Yeah. The Parks Department's actions hide behind a facade of placating those who want the space back for movie nights and other events, Black Star Farmers said in an email Tuesday, urging supporters to sign a petition against the removal. We don't understand why the garden is impeding these activities from continuing in the space, as events have been held beautifully in the space for the last 3 years, many different organizations. Shulkin said a post-CHOP community engagement effort by the Parks Department suggested there was a community desire for the garden to be relocated within Cal Anderson. The department... Well, that's good, Tempest. The department has been in regular communication with Black Star Farmers since 2020, offering alternative sites in Cal Anderson and other parks. Is that true? The department's offers to relocate the garden have not been accepted, so it contacted Black Star Farmers last week to give notice the garden would be removed. Wait, they offered to move it? What about? I want to hear more about that. There's 2 weeks to the plan to be connected. The department wants to reseed the area for turf restoration. That means green grass. In accordance with seasonal timeliness, please know the Parks Department respects the intense symbolic meaning. Should Black Star Farmers be interested in creating a garden within the Seattle Park system, we are supportive and willing to help them find an appropriate location. I want to know what the locations are, because it could be the Parks Department is lying. Black Star Farmers described the department's previous communications as, quote, one-sided negotiations and inadequate attempts at mediation. The department initially offered to move the garden to the outskirts of Cal Anderson. Okay. Wait. Isn't that the same park system? Yeah, the Cal Anderson Park. It's the same park system. Wouldn't being moved to a different place in the same park still be okay? They were too busy harvesting herbal medicine to file the form to move it, yeah. It's a different park, though? It's the same Cal Anderson Park, right? Yeah, originally planted Cal Anderson Park, moved to the outskirts of Cal Anderson Park. Same park. Later to an area behind Rainier Community Center in South Seattle, but, quote, there has never been an option to stay in the current spot, the group said. Oh my fucking God. Black Star Farmers described the department's previous communications as one-sided negotiations and inadequate attempts at mediation. How is it inadequate? Well, they never provided an option to stay in the exact same spot. Then what negotiation is that? Then you never offered to move. Well, you, ooh, oh my God, this is why I can tell. It's literally, this Black Star Farmers is probably like 3 fucking people, who wanted to, like, I don't know, sell overpriced mason jars with cookie-making ingredients in them for $13 a pop to white people who came to Cal Anderson Park during the CHOP movement. And this is, like, the legacy of their entrepreneurial spirit. Okay. In a newsletter, Black Star Farmers said removing the garden would be, quote, consistent with violent state projects like imperialism, colonization, and gentrification. Know when you're being lied to, chat. Oh my God. Jesus fuck. It's the whole, of course, because this was from CHOP. This was the fucking Chaz, this was from the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone. This is there. That's there. This is that. So of course it's like this. These people made this little garden at the height of the LARP. The LARPiest zone in the fucking world back in 2020. On Tuesday, the group shared remarks from a number of unnamed community members who use and support the garden. The garden is my child's favorite place to go in Cal Anderson Park, one person said, according to Black Star Farmers. Another called the garden one of the few spaces in Capitol Hill that genuinely cultivates community. Well, sorry, it could have been moved to another place in the Cal Anderson Park, apparently. But that wasn't good enough for the people managing this not fucking city park sanctioned little plot of land. You know, it could have been moved there, I guess. You know, but all right, like now it has to be torn down because your idiot fucking advocates. And they live in my city too. They're gonna like show up and kill me or something. God damn it. On Wednesday, group members Marcus Henderson and Stephanie Webb pointed to various plants and circular beds, including Aramanth tobacco. Damn, this was part of the BLM movement. You're having black people plant tobacco, and this is anti-colonization? Get out of here. Corn, strawberries, currants, calendula, nettles, and fava beans. I don't know what the fuck half this is. Amaranth? Isn't she a Twitch streamer or something? The Cal Anderson Park Alliance, a civic organization, has been focused on getting the park's restrooms, lighting, and other infrastructure repaired and maintained. Board co-chair Bree Ginsild said in an email Tuesday, the Alliance hasn't taken a position on the garden's fate, except to ask the city for clarity. As it's been in limbo for years, we receive questions. That's fair. Asking for clarity is always a good thing, I guess. I want to know more about the negotiations in the other plot of land. Yeah, I would too. It seems like Black Star Farmers hasn't been very like public or forward-facing with the options. If they were really community-oriented, shouldn't they have been more transparent and like publicly stating, hey, these are our options, what do we want to do about it or something? Guys, I have a very low tolerance for this specific kind of activist. They do nothing, they change nothing, they get incredibly self-important about the tiny, minuscule effect they have in their local community, and then they defend it. They'll say anything. They'll say any old shit. Oh yeah, them uprooting the garden is like colonization or something. It's like slavery and the death of the natives doubled over, all over again. You know, I see this, it just makes me very cynical. I hate it. I hate it. Market socialism would save this. Market socialism has nothing to do with this. This kind of makes me angry at Vosh. Do all activists have to do stuff exactly as you say, or are they just horrible LARPers? If you have heard what I've said and you think my issues can be summed up as they need to do exactly what I say, then you haven't been paying attention to what I've said. You've misconstrued my argument. My argument is not that they have to do exactly what I say. It's that they in the tiny slice of them that I have seen through their own statements, they have already appeared to me as like the bearers of red flags, people of whom you should be naturally suspicious. You have to be careful about this shit, you know? You guys know that the Black Lives Matter organization, not the movement, the organization, was full of like LARPing, grifting dumbasses who profited massively from denigrating the reputation of the movement. You know, you have to be cynical. I don't extend any like innate value or credibility or whatever to people just because they're throwing around words like decolonization. You know, I'm sorry, like my experiences with the left have taught me that doing that is what enables the worst elements of the left to be active. You have to be very critical at all times. And we have to expect high levels of pragmatism from people who are lucky enough to have been given city permission to maintain that plot. You know how lucky those guys are? 99% of the time, shit like this doesn't even take off. Those guys got a plot and defended it for years. And then when the city finally comes to take its land, and it is city land, by the way, it's not like they're, you know, clearing out like somebody's private property. Like that's part of the Parks Department's territory. And then their response to it is to go like, they didn't even consider the possibility of leaving us exactly where we are, so we didn't even care to engage. Like, well, fuck off. Like, what? Yeah, that stuff just really bugs me. And to like the herbal medicine and the providing food and the like, you know, this honors the This is their website, and they did a lot of good work there. On the website? Dude, oh man, shit like this gives me so many red flags. Vosh's PragerU segment there. Yeah, there you go. It might just also be how fucking gardens work. Yeah, the radical reclamation of land and food sovereignty. Like, stuff like this should be setting off a ton of red flags in your head. Like, this is nothing language. This is like collegiate, like, progressive duck speak designed to, like, soften the brains of left-leaning people who read it. You know, I don't... This... Yeah, I don't. If you want to see groups that actually are helping the poor and the needy in your community, go volunteer at a food kitchen. It's not glamorous, but those motherfuckers do way more work for the people who need it than anything like this. The difference being that volunteering at a food kitchen doesn't make you feel like you're some kind of anarchist, like, warrior fighting for blah, 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 you know? You mean soup kitchen? Yeah, what did I say? Soup kitchen. What did I say? Food kitchen? Oh yeah, soup kitchen. Or like food pantry. Yeah, like working at a food pantry. Food bank. Yeah, food bank. Food bank, food pantry, soup kitchen, that kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, if you want to be part of a structure that actually feeds homeless people for free, then you can go there. Are there non-food pantries? Does a pantry have to have food? I guess, maybe? No, you can have non-food contents of pantries. I think. I'm sorry, I should dial it back a little bit. I'm sure the people who are involved in this movement are not, like, morally bad people. Or at least, I don't... Oh, hold on, I hear a cat. I thought I heard a weird cat noise, but it might have been some birds outside. Anyway, I'm sure the people doing this aren't, like, knowingly bad people, or they're like birds fucking outside my window? Jesus Christ. Yes, I'm sure these are fine people. I'm sure they're nice people. I'm just very critical of this kind of behavior. It's very possible for people to be like this and to be like very good people, and they just, in my opinion, maybe are handling activism the wrong way, in my opinion. Your main issue with this is that it's cringe? No. I actually think that stuff like this is a detriment to real organizing. I think that if you look back through time, organizing efforts in America or elsewhere for basically every cause have always, if they're successful, avoided language like this. The civil rights movement's an obvious example, but even the Black Panther Party was a lot more direct, you know? The Black Panther Party was a lot more direct and engaged in material in the way that it addressed people's needs. They were a lot more, I guess, concerned with pragmatism. It's like that for most successful social movements, I feel. Stuff like this seems to me to be a red flag of, like, this is managed by a few college students who have, like, a very, I guess, lofty sense of self-importance. This is like Black Hammer Org. Yes! That's a good example. The Black Hammer Org did talk like this. Or does, I guess. Vosh, I know some of the people who funded CHOP, the original funders, left there in a week since it was a temporary occupation. That's what the anarchists wanted to do. Then a bunch of liberals and grifters moved in, and now you have this. Yeah, I mean, I have my criticism of CHOP is well known and loud. Is this a symptom of the U.S. not having a culture of organizing stuff? I think the main issue with this is that the people who need organizing the most tend to be poor and relatively uneducated, and the people who want to do the organizing the most have very high opinions of their intelligence, and their education on progressivism tends to be oriented very heavily towards, like, theory and verbosity and, you know, LARPy progressive duck speak buzzwords. So you get it like an inconsistency where you have like, you know, it's like Kenta cloth kneeling shit, right? Like you have very high-minded ideological attitudes towards very low material issues. Go work in a soup kitchen if you want to feed homeless people. Trust me, that's a much more effective way than like growing a tomato a year or whatever. I feel like I'm being really mean to people who probably live within a few miles of me. See, it's stuff like this, man. Black Star farmers facilitate relationships with plants and traditional medicines to create self-sufficient communities. Come on. When you do stuff like this, you're really kind of like denigrating. Like, the homeless people of Seattle are not going over here to have all of their self-sufficient needs met, okay? The homeless people of Seattle are going to soup kitchens. Like, stop. Come on. Oh, these are just... Why is the spacing weird? Also, traditional medicine is the biggest new age bullshit LARP ever. Yep. If anyone ever advocates traditional medicine, you should just never listen to anything they have to say again. Like full on, full stop. Like literally, like that's it. That's it. It's done right there. You're not a fucking druid. Okay. Pardon me again for sounding like a Reddit atheist, but the term for traditional medicine that works is medicine. If it worked, it would be part of medicine. You cannot concoct in a garden anything that even remotely matches the power of something that you can get for cheap at a pharmacy. That's the miracle of the modern world. You know, that's not like cringe, corrupted modernity or whatever. This sounds like so many leftist activist spaces. Yeah, this is why I don't like the witchy shit either. Like, there's so much horoscope shit, horoscopes, astrology, witchy stuff. Please stop. Please. The millions of poor people in this country are not going to have their lives improved by your fucking crystals, okay? Stop with this LARPy bullshit, all right? Holy, like, I hate it. I genuinely hate it, you know? Like, yeah, do it for like a bit with your friends. But if you're doing activism, okay, activism has processes that work. And if you want to help homeless people, go to a fucking soup kitchen. You know, the real people who are on the vanguard of like putting themselves on the line to help the needy are not like witches in Seattle brewing potions. Okay, it's those poor fucking activists in like Dallas, Texas, who are feeding homeless people and getting arrested because they passed a law that makes it illegal to feed homeless people. Like if you want, or is that not Dallas? Is that homeless? Houston. I'm thinking of Houston. Sorry. Houston, Texas, feeding homeless illegal. Charitable food service is only allowed on private property. If it's on public property, it has to be done on one specific street in the entirety of the massive city of Houston. So there are people, volunteers, going out there and risking arrest, providing food to homeless people. And none of these people, this is no spirit witchcraft bullshit. This isn't any like community garden rosemary herb bullshit. They're going out there, they're putting themselves at risk to do what needs to be done, and they're doing it in an unglamorous way. This shit is what actually builds community. These people actually need food, you know? Just don't lie. If you want to keep a community garden, that's fine. Just say that's what it's for. Don't lie. Don't say like, this is actually a healing space where you can encourage difficult communication regarding racial issues and provide self-sustenance for the... Just say people like having a community garden. And they do. They do. That's true. It's a good argument, you know? You guys understand my frustration now, don't you? Stuff like this exists to pull real activists away from like effective work. Again, there's nothing wrong with any of this in a vacuum. This is a community garden. That's great. That's great. Doing a community garden. That's great. I think community gardens are nice. I visited some that are near me a few times, you know, yeah, that's fine. Just no bullshit, people. And don't get the whole thing torn down because you were too proud to allow the city to move it to the outskirts of Cal Anderson Park. You could have kept it. You just had to have it moved. Just say, yes, I would like to have it in this corner. Have like they could have. They could have cemented a legacy for the community garden by having it moved by the city rather than having it in limbo for it being torn down by the city. They could have like officially placed it there. They could have had the city designate the boundaries of the community garden and have it be an actual sanctioned legacy of Cal Anderson Park. But instead, they were stupid and prideful and they refused to negotiate. And now the whole thing is going to get torn down. This has been in limbo for 3 years now. It was meant to be torn down 3 years ago. They could have had something permanent. And they tossed it away because it was slavery and colonization and 50 holocausts to ask them to move to another part of the same park. On the state's dime, too. The city, I should say. The city was offering to take care of it. Like they were going to move it, not the people. They wouldn't have had to... Sorry. Agreed, Killjoy. I'm sorry, this shit really bothers me, man. It really fucking bugs me. I just want people to do activism in an effective way. This seems nice. Rainier Valley Water Resiliency Course. They're offering a vocational stormwater management training program called the Rainier Valley Water Resiliency Course. That seems cool. With support from industry professionals, this course will guide 5 to 7 participants through a hybrid, interactive, and hands-on educational experience. Upon completion, graduations will receive a $4,000 stipend. For what? Wait. Just flat? There's no way. From the city, I assume. Sometimes they do that. Oh, that's pretty cool. In partnership with Dynamic Water. Okay. This is cool. See, this is good. This is good. I like this. This is great. Probably don't publish your stuff in a Google Doc. That's wild, Timon. Sorry, I feel like I had a lot of pent-up negativity going into that. I stand by literally everything that I said, by the way. Materially, factually, I stand by everything that I said. Just feel like I was maybe a bit more negative. Bailey A., I think that community gardens should be for herbs, like mint and rosemary and stuff, because those you actually can grow a lot of it with a small plot of land, like enough for people to like actually benefit from it meaningfully. And they should just be for community enrichment. The main issue is that a lot of community gardens are, like, first of all, it's not about sustainable food growing, okay? One community garden probably has, within its radius of influence, hundreds of people. Like, you're not producing food at any meaningful scale here. Herbs you can get away with. Like rosemary, you can produce a lot of rosemary on a small plot of land. Lavender, you know, stuff like that. That's fine. Yeah, and they're for community engagement. Herbs are expensive as fuck, so grow it if you can. Also, for some stuff, like rosemary, you can't buy it good. Like, kind of. Like, nothing compares to just having fresh rosemary, like a sprig that you've, like, plucked off, you know? A lot of food is fine. You get it from the grocery store, it's fine. You know, like maybe not fruits and vegetables, like it'd be better if it was fresh picked or whatever, but there's a lot of stuff there that's valuable. But fresh rosemary is pretty amazing. Yeah. Vote Night, it's not a stun lock. It's a segment. It's, well, everything's a stun lock. Everything's a stun lock. People say, oh, this is a stun lock. You just mean you don't like it, you know? Base Mindforge. Fuck, I have to piss. Hold on, let me pee real quick. We have time for another segment, and then I'll read donations. You've all been wonderful. I mean that. I'm sorry if I'm being a bit of a grouch. To be honest, I'm still a little bit bugged by the whole Christmas Day being kind of ruined and waking up at 2 p.m. the previous day. But I'll survive. We'll all survive this together. And we got lots of cool stuff planned for next year as well. I'm going to hit the add button because I love money, and I'm going to pee. I do quite like this shirt. It's actually very comfortable. Hey guys, so you know how according to the input and sworn testimony of many hundreds of conservative demagogues who don't study the subject, transness is a social contagion? You've heard this, right? I take it you've heard this? Good? Yes, great. So, might be an issue with that narrative. According to a new trans demographic survey coming from Sweden, it looks like the prevalence of transgender people might be leveling out. See, you have pretty low numbers for a while because we hadn't invented trans people yet. And then, you know, right around 2000, I guess 9/11 was when trans people were invented. I thought it was later, but whatever. And then it goes up, 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 up. And then it's gone down and seems to be leveling out quite a bit. Now, there are two narratives that you can take from this. One of them is that any big demographic shift like this is going to have a rubber banding effect, and that what we're looking at is a leveling off of the rate of transness. You might notice these numbers are incredibly small, by the way. Down here, we have trans women and trans men by both diagnosis and legal change. So the solid line is diagnosis, and the lighter one below it of the same color is legal change. So you've noticed for all of them, we go up and then boom. The biggest jump and then subsequent decline seems to be in transgender men and their diagnosis. Interestingly, the legal change has leveled out quite a bit more than the diagnosis, which has seen a decrease. Now, again, there are two big, fell off, exactly. There are two big takeaways from this. One argument, the argument that the conservatives are going to make, is that this is an example of how it's a social contagion, that it went up in popularity, but now it's decreasing in popularity. There is always going to be a rubber banding effect for literally any new social phenomena, whether it be, I don't know, racial demographics, identification as to being gay or whatever, or being trans. because as things become more prominent, you do see that whiplash as people sort of work through uncertainty. It's kind of like how all women are bisexual in college, you know? There will always be a period of time during which a period of exploration allows more people the opportunity to consider themselves this or that, and that might level out with time. And in fact, it has. We have the data now, at least very early data. It's one study, admittedly. Notice, by the way, how small these population proportions are. Look, this is right down here. We have trans women legal change. That is 5 people per 100,000 in a year. That's not a lot. Again, this is the crazy social epidemic that everyone was talking about. This is the massive, cataclysmic, taking over everything, taking over everyone, blah, blah, blah. This is what people were worried about. Now, you might notice that these only refer to diagnoses and legal change. That means that everyone here, this is the purview of going to a doctor, right? So if a person is non-binary but isn't interested in any kind of transition or legal change, they wouldn't be represented on this chart. We were exclusively talking about, sort of medically recognized transness. Now, I think the idea that this is an indication of a social trend whiplashing back down is bullshit. I think that this is, in all likelihood, much more indicative of that left-handedness graph that we've seen. That in reality, even though all social standards, like being gay or straight or trans or cisgender, are subject to social forces and can change with time. For example, I think it's entirely possible for cultural shifts to mean that there are now more authentically gay people or less than before. That's how society is. People change. That's how life works, you know. However, in reality, this is not an infinitely fluid dynamic. No matter what, no matter how society is oriented, some guys are always just going to be gay for pussy, and there will be some people, presumably, who remain gay for dick or whatever. You know, there's always going to be some kind of balance. And likewise, the majority of people, as long as we have a gender binary, are probably going to remain cisgender for convenience's sake, if nothing else. So the idea of this being an epidemic of any kind is, as it always was, just Nazi rhetoric. It's Nazi rhetoric. Never forget, okay? First of all, rapid onset gender dysphoria was a term made up in a single paper where they got that term from interviewing transphobic parents of trans teens from, like, transphobic websites, forums, you know, bullshit term to begin with, but they took it and they ran. The idea of progressivism or of degenerate sexual or social identities being an epidemic is just early Nazi rhetoric. It literally is what they said about homosexuals and transgenders too. So it's not new. I just think it's interesting that we're finally seeing this rounding off, you know? Now, obviously, as a gender abolitionist, I think that given the right set of social circumstances, these numbers might blur further, and eventually, you know, everyone would be some kind of non-binary or whatever. But that's a very, very long-term, like, in the future, we won't have cars kind of thing. You know, it's not exactly indicative of current trends. That's a different set of beliefs and positions. I don't mean to use this as an example that only, like, I don't know, 0.1% of people are naturally trans, because I don't think anybody is naturally trans or cis or whatever else, because gender is a social construct, therefore sexuality is too. There can't be a naturally there. Wait, don't you believe in trans people in a perfect society? I don't believe there is a perfect society, but in a gender-abolished society, there'd definitionally not be any transgender people. There wouldn't be any gender for them to trans. They can still get their dick turned inside out, or vice versa if they want to, though. Yeah, it's just nice affirmation that we're always right. Well, this is just one study from Sweden, Crystal Firex, and Republicans are nothing if not persistent, so I'm sure they're still going to bring it up, but I don't know how effective it's going to be. To an extent, Esmilia, though I think that's subject to social conditioning as well. Ah, the return to good old faithful. Transsexual, Garrett Main. Is it offensive to become increasingly gay, or is a straight man being straight is so boring? Wrong. Being straight isn't boring at all. Pussy's great. Acting straight is boring. but you can defy those trends, okay? You can be a cool straight guy. You know who's cool and straight? Gomez from the Addams Family, right? There are lots of guys, straight guys, you know? Joe Cat's cool. Yeah, there's lots of ways that you can be a cool straight guy. You know, yeah, don't let sexuality be your personality the way gay people do. Am I right, fellas? Believe in yourself. Boy, I can't wait to have food. Do you think the drop could be caused by conservative advocacy? I don't believe so. But we need more data. Tempest, no, I'm going to head and pick it up. Well, presumably I'll be picking it up today after stream. I'm actually looking forward to leaving, like, really soon to go get it. Though, as you said, I can't open it until Vermin's back. Nor would I want to. It's a collective present. And thank you. No, you should. Oh, I should open it. Okay, gotcha. Will do. Then you'll know. Excuse me. I'm going to read donations now, folks. It's everyone's favorite time of the stream. You know, the part that people historically and famously stick around for. So if you know, if you're one of those the majority of people who are going to do that, then I love you. And if you're leaving, I hate you forever. I will be streaming tomorrow. I've got a lot of stuff to catch up on and a lot of stuff to make up for. Rex Gardner and Martian Mars, thank you for the two both. Forbes Watson, thank you for the $10. Really, really appreciate that. FNAF Smasher Pass win. I'm very sorry, but I don't really have a like mechanical or animatronic fetish, so I think I'd be passing on literally all of them. It's just not. Also, those animatronics are being piloted by the ghosts of children. You know, I understand there's some murky water there ethically, but it's not water I care to tread. I'm keeping my feet firmly planted on dry ground is what I'm doing. Captain Keck, thank you for the $5. Congratulations on your decision to stop smoking weed and losing weight. I hope it works out. It's a lot to tackle all at once. Chicken Sandwich, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. I am a custom tailor by profession. Based. This man's weight is not at all the issue. Clothing is as much technical as it is pretty. Body type and the make of clothing matters. Materials hang and lay differently. Yes, 100%. Yep. I think that, yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, a big part of looking better is just return with the Ving to thicker fabrics in a lot of cases, because the obsession with like incredibly tight fucking, you know, suit, like slim fit clothing is it's just dumb. It's really dumb. Thick Bonkus for the $10. Your fashion arc is so entertaining. Chatters that complain cope and seethe. Yeah, I think I'm just going to keep banning them. I don't mind people who don't like it. That's your preference, right? But the people in chat who are like, oh my God, every time, like, fuck off, dude. You're so annoying. Holy shit. Well, you performatively demonstrating your disinterest in looking good to other people is so brave and impressive, you know? Jesus fuck. Powersurg, thank you for the $5. Sleeves are the enemy of men's clothing. I swear the wrong sleeve messes everything up. Yeah, fully. And it can change depending how fat or muscular you are. Chicken Sandwich, thanks for the $5. Tailoring isn't my passion, but I value others' passion on the subject quite a bit. Mr. Venom, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Vontux, thank you for the $10. Happy birthday, Tatiana, who I hope is still here. Happy birthday. Hope you're having a good one. Queen Slut, thank you for the $5. I agree that Contra video was pretty bad and incoherent, especially compared to previous ones she'd made, yeah. Levent Gonsi, thank you for the 2,000 huffs. I have no idea what that currency is. Hungarian? Finkelstein is wrong, but he could have been referring to David Irving. Proved prominent historians like Trevor Roper wrong by showing the diaries of Hitler's to be fake and that of Goebbels to be real. Interesting. I don't know anything about that, so I can't really speak on it. It would have been nice if he'd clarified in that quote, but I guess Wikipedia didn't, maybe he didn't include it, like maybe he did subsequently. Yeah. Still Alive, thank you for the $5. What's your take on self-driving cars? I don't think they'll ever be, well, maybe they will one day, but I think we're a very long way from self-driving cars being like truly self-driving, for one, and for two, I'd rather us just like move away from cars to begin with. The idea, because you know for a fucking fact that the future of self-driving cars is like, you know, it's an hour commute to work in traffic, and now your desk job expects you to clock in while you're still in the car there. So cars start getting shipped out with like terminals with computers in them, so that when the car is self-driving, you can sit there and use them to like do work. Like, I don't, yeah, you know, yeah. Hello. Is it true?
No.
No. Ooh, he's wiggly. He wants to be free.
Is that a preview video?
That?
Yeah.
No, that's from earlier in the stream. It plays back on YouTube. But it's like way earlier. It's dumb.
Interesting.
Look at this little guy. Ooh. Kiss him? I am kissing him. I love him. Ooh. He wants to be free. Wah. He is free. Good boy. What a good boy. What a friendly cat. Oh, I bet. Google your name. What about it? J.K. Rowling? J.K. Rowling has been the main picture when you Google me for a while because of a Newsweek article that has her in the front image. I didn't know that. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Can't say I mind it. It's just so funny. Okay. Mindforge, thanks the 2 tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Olympians, the $5. Would you say Gomez is gay for his wife? Absolutely. 100%. Yes. Benjamin Gilbert Liff with the incredibly kind $500 donation. Thank you, man. You fixed it. Did I do it? Did I fix it? Yeah, you did, Benjamin. You fucking did it. Now I feel bad. What the fuck? Thank you very much for the $500. Jesus H. Christ. The fuck was that noise?
Me.
Sounded like radio chatter.
He's so mad.
Here. You know who else is happy?
He's pissed, actually. He's biting my hand on the way up.
Artemis. You know how many Artemis you could buy with $500? Infinite. We found him in a tree.
Look at this. He's evil.
Hey, gotcha.
Really see it.
Artemis.
He was biting me. I had to hold him for a long time.
He's heavy. He's like 3 times as much as Ruben. Thank you very much, Benjamin Gilbert Liff. You goddamn lunatic. Holmess01 with the tier 2 sub. Your content helped me get through spending the holidays with my family. Thanks, Foosh. My pleasure. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't stream on my holiday, the holiday itself. I wish that I had, just circumstances. I'm happy to hear that I helped. Antifa Pride with the $5. I think there is some possibility that the Dems being so the Dems being so considerate of Israel is because of the threat of like nuclear warfare. Yeah, I don't know how consistent that is. Beta Goodness, the $5. There's this Israeli TikToker called Ask Danny, also on YouTube, and his vids are perfect, snappy versions of pro-Israel talking points. Might be worth going over. Oh, that might be fun. Yeah, for sure. That might be fun. Please remind me next stream. Holdo Rio, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Hell yeah, congrats on getting your baddie bisexual any all GF now. That's great. Preston, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I might do a segment on climate change adaptation at some point. Unfortunately, I think for a lot of people, the best advice is going to be save up enough money to move to a nice area that isn't dying or whatever, and get there before the other people do. So hopefully, yeah, I'll have to think about other answers. Horizon, thanks the $5. True! Fashion haters have to watch Kill la Kill. It'll correct them. Correct their bad takes. Benjamin Gilbert Liff, the $10. Here's a pic of my pet parrot, Starly. Research parrots, they're wild. They are wild. Ooh. Wah. What beautiful feathers. Wah. Love parrots. Love silly birds. Emmanuel with the incredibly kind $30. I'm trans and intend to come out to my father. I'm concerned he'll kick me out. We have a good relationship, but he watches far-right media advice. Well, you know the circumstances better than me, you know? Are you still dependent on your family, or could you move out if you chose to? You know, I don't really know. So the real question is, what do you materially gain by coming out to your family as opposed to what you lose? You know, what are the potential risks or odds here? Really, only you can answer that question. There are always going to be valid arguments in both directions. Either way, I wish you the best of luck. If you have a good relationship, that's better grounding, you know, than a lot of people begin this on. But far right media, yeah, I don't know. Really depends on the media, I guess, doesn't it? Sharky08, thanks to $10. Unfortunately, this video is far too long for me to go over and stream, so I can't really comment on it. M68 Ken with the $68, thank you. Would you rather fight one God-sized Vladimir Putin or 100 Vladimir Putin-sized gods? Surely God's strength doesn't depend on their size, right? So wouldn't I rather fight one God-sized Vladimir Putin? Because then his body would just crumble under the weight, you know? The square cube law. Couldn't do it. Sanko with the $5. Yo to you. Sweetie Bear 95, thanks to the $10. Your fashion arc inspired me not to dress like an NPC. Bought myself a drippy NB Pearl necklace. Looking at this. Link to me? This link's not working. What link service is this? Oh, there we go. I've always wondered about Cuban chain necklaces. I don't think I'd look very good in them, but I do think they look pretty nice. That looks dope. See? Chain and pearls. That is an extremely loud conversation piece. I respect the hell out of it. May it wow many people. This is a fucking like anime character item, you know? That people will have to replicate for the cosplays they show up at Anime Expo in. Piotr Online, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Mary Chernbus, consistency is the enemy of lunacy because it kills nuance. True, gotta stay consistent. Holic Master, thank you for the $20. You're cool, so I donate. Thanks to the wonderful streams. Thank you for the wonderful music, Holic Master. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Kevin Norton with $5 got banned from Voshcord for calling out an AI art gotcha PFP poster on fatherless behavior. It's Jover. Is my Discord just pro AI? What's going on over there? Naomi Chance, thank you for the $5 and the threat. Facetious, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'll consider it. Thank you. Spudbud, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I don't like eggnog. The AI Overlord, oh, there it is. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Blue Earth with the $20. I really appreciate that. My brother just told the family he was the leader of the Alaskan group of the Boog Boys. Have you heard of them? Wiki says they're a far-right extremist group. Do you mean the Boogaloo Boys? No, I haven't heard of the Boog Boys. Is that like a subgroup? Well, that seems unfortunate. Imagine like coming out to your family as a Nazi. Jesus, I'm sorry. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. OKB, well, there's time before New Year's, perhaps. Toro the Twat, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Happy birthday. Maybe Toro the Twat. We'll see. Build-A-Dog, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Your men's fashion arc is lacking any meaningful discussion of Goodyear welted footwear, and I hope you change that. I did recently buy some, oh my God, 1 second. I did recently buy some interesting sandals. I bought these because Derek Guy linked them and I thought they looked nice. They're like they're like not boot sandals. They're like shoe sandals. I think they're pretty cool. Go well with linen. Yeah, Grecian loafers, exactly. Yeah, I like that. Espadrilles, I like those. Loafers. Camp mocks. I need some moccasins. I don't have any. Insane that I wouldn't have any. Vakanaida Kudasai, interesting name. Thank you for the $5. My family goes to the Salt Lake Hogle Zoo every Christmas. Here are some babies. Ooh. Ooh. So Red Panda? I saw a movie about those. Me. Dog. Big dog. Whack. Sleepy. Other big dog. Sleepy. Sleepy. Love big sleepy dogs. My favorite. Saki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Once again, supporter of white names, Benjamin Gilbert Liff is simultaneously depriving subs the masses by giving 30% of his money to sucking Google's dick. To which, of course, Benjamin Gilbert Liff counters with a $150 donation. Thank you, guys. At this point, I'm using Super Chat purely to irritate Sake Tanuki. Sake Tanuki seems to have a habit of negatively polarizing people into self-destructive behavior. You know? No, don't fight. Goddamn fucking... Merry Christmas to you both. Darth Cuddlefluff, the $10. I don't remember what the advice was, but I hope it works out. Simric with the $25. Really appreciate that. Watching this while working out. Hoping your own fitness goals progress as your health is better. Keep discipline, comrades. Yeah, I need to get back to working out. I've been so lazy. I've been eating a little bit more. For the holidays, I upped my calories from 1,800 to 2,500 a day because I want more food. No wonder. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I've resubbed Vosh. Did you miss me? Of course, no wonder. Every day of my life. Sake, thank you for the $5. Wait, no, 5 tier 1 subs. My apologies. 100 of you could be liberated of your whiteness, but instead you must be forced to live in true mediocrity because Benjamin Gilbert Liff can't click 3 buttons on the site. It's true. Think of all the orange names that there could be in chat right now. Dream Canoe, you could be orange, you know. But Benjamin Gilbert Liff, you know, super chats. Naomi Chan's the $5. Someone drew art of a weird fever dream I had with you in it. How? What? What? Had a dream I was in the survival horror game where I had to run from Vosh. It was a Cronenberg meatball with a man bun and a beard. What? Why is my tongue a chick? Also, why is Ruben making those noises? Ruben! So it's just like new meow. It's his normal meow. Normal attention seeking meow. Yeah, it's like when you have puberty and your voice cracks.
I was just playing with all 3 of them, so you probably want to keep playing.
Makes sense. Ruben is developing a new meow, I think. It could just be that he's got a sore throat, but I think it's a new meow. Rivera Life, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. I'm the biggest gardener in chat. Had a 5,000 square foot garden at age 13. Wow. Won tons of ribbons at fair. Not offended at all, lol. Most of what you said was true, lol. Oh, well, hey, there you go, chat. Once again. Yeah, again, I'm not anti-gardening at all. Community gardens are nice. I just really suspicious of the way people defend them sometimes, you know? Thank you. Scipion with the $5. Do you think social democracy is attainable in our lifetime? To an extent, we already have it in the United States, right? Social democracy is a pretty, like, nebulous, like, what degree of welfare state do you want kind of goal. I mean, I don't really know. Social democracy is a low bar from where we are now. Whatever your imagination of a social democracy is, you know, yes. I think it's doable. Still alive, thank you for the $5. Were you at least losing a pound a day during your weight loss arc? No, you should never lose a pound a day, except during maybe the first like few days of dieting. A more sustainable and more healthy goal is 1 pound a week. If you're at a 500 calorie deficit, Jesus Christ, a 500 calorie deficit per day, a pound of fat is 3,500 calories. So yeah, that's much more sensible. Alex DeWitt with the $12. Really appreciate that. If the animatronics in Five Nights are piloted by the Ghost Kids, does that make them mechs? Definitionally, yes. Ashton Milky Way, thank you so much for the incredibly kind $200 donation. My God. Do you think before the collapse of capitalism in America, the citizens of the nation will embrace fascism that will be led by the billionaire class / conservative nutjobs? I mean, maybe. You know, it's possible for things to collapse in that direction. I think that the population of America is still pretty progressive minded. Even Republicans are a lot more progressive than the people they vote for give them, like, you know, seem to be. So I think that there are some very strong liberal tendencies in this country. It'd be very difficult for the population to collapse into fascism. It seems more likely to me that, you know, the democratic elements and institutions in this country are eroded, and over time there are big cultural shifts and cultural, you know, like leaders of the opposition are arrested, that kind of thing. But in terms of like a big collapse towards fascism, I don't actually think that the tendencies of the American electorate today are that comparable to those of the German electorate. We're not experiencing some great economic crisis like the Great Depression. The economy is not great right now, but it's like not even remotely comparable in terms of like motivating forces. The Republicans don't have much to galvanize people off of besides like, you know, fucking culture war bullshit. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'd have to see. Either way, thank you very much for the incredibly kind dono. I really appreciate that. Pluvus with the $5. In response to Alex, no, it makes them Avas with 100% synchronization. Hey, that's still a mecha, okay? Balthazar with the $5. Vosh has become the litmus test for POS leftism. You hate him only if you're incapable of critical analysis and produce content not worth viewing. I agree. Objectively speaking, disliking me is actually the greatest character flaw a person can have, you know? I know Hitler would have hated me, so that's true. That's pretty true. I agree completely. Thank you very much. Fucking nose itches. Okay, hold on. Juzor, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Dragonfly, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. And Merry Christmas to you as well. Now, can somebody explain to me why I can't see in my feed the most recent Sake Tanuki donation that I said Jesus Christ to? LWD24 Era, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Yeah, I know, getting left out in the shadow of this this wealthy oligarchy, this bullshit. There it is. Sorry, I found it. Sake Tanuki, thank you so much for the 25 gifted tier 1 subs. My God, guys. They said, I can't wait for the day when Voshus has a tiger in his room and says we found him in a tree and refuses to elaborate. I do find big cats incredibly cute. So, you know, if I can, if I could muster the courage for it. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. A lot of very kind donations in this wonderful Christmas day. That is today. Today, Christmas Day. I love you all very much. I have to go. I have to go pick up some stuff. Tempest knows. Tempest understands. I love you all very much. You've been incredibly kind. I look forward to streaming tomorrow. In the meantime, I hope you have a wonderful day. I am going to go. My nose. I feel like I have a mustache hair that's poking my nose like up, you know? Fucking so annoying. Facial hair, so annoying. I'm gonna host Shark at the moment. Gonna throw you on over there. Have fun with Shark. I love you all very much. I'll see you soon. Take care. And Merry Christmas, which is today. Today is Christmas Day, so Merry Christmas. Okay, wonderful. Bye-bye.